My name is David O'Driscoll. All I know is journalism. Ever since I created my own school newspaper at the age of 12, all I've wanted to do is to find out about all of the interesting things in life and tell people about them. Some people have a particular disdain for individuals in my line of work, and I can't say I blame them. Most of my colleagues only care about shock value and clickbait. They'll do anything and say anything to create a good story. It's no wonder that journalism is a dying art. And it is an art. It's about shining a light on the humanity in a story, or uncovering the truth for all to see, not to make a quick buck. I've done a lot in my career so far to make myself proud. I've reunited distraught mothers and fathers with their long-lost children. I've uncovered corruption in local officials, and numerous other stories. I feel proud to do this job. I'm not sure I can say the same for many of the others I work with. However, as my bank balance would show, these kind of stories just don't sell newspapers or drive traffic to our website in this new world. These days, the most popular stories and articles thrive on speculation and gossip. As the old saying goes, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Unfortunately, there's not much room in this industry for someone like me anymore. Print media is a dying industry, and it's all about driving as much traffic as possible through sensationalist or shocking stories. When I spoke to my editor a few days ago, he let me know he was going to have to let some of us go soon. The paper wasn't making as much money, and he had to trim the fat, as he so delicately put it. He said that when it came to him making the decision, he had to go with the staff members who were generating the most traffic and interest. He didn't outright tell me, but I knew that I was towards the bottom of that list as it stood. I've just got a mortgage with my wife. It really isn't a good time for me to lose my job right about now. Times are tight as it is, and losing my position at the paper would be the final nail in the coffin. Luckily, we don't have any kids at the moment, but we were planning to try soon. Looks like that idea's out the window while I have this hanging over me. I haven't told my wife yet about the troubles at work. She's a nurse. She has enough stress in her life at the moment as it is. As I woke up in bed this morning, with the first ray of light pouring through the curtains, I looked over at the other side of the bed. Empty. My wife was on the night shift at the moment, and we weren't seeing too much of each other. I'd be gone by the time she got back from work, and the only quality time we had together when she was on night shift was for a few hours in the evening. We'd grab a bite to eat and watch a show or two together, but then it'd be time for me to go to bed and her to go to work. I won't lie, it was tough. But she loved her job, just as much as I love mine. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for the cobwebs of sleep to blow away like usual. It seemed to be a more common theme lately, but my mind kept revisiting the conversation I had with my boss a week or so ago. I had to find a good story. I had to. But one thing I wasn't willing to do was compromise my morals. It had to be a real story, but fascinating enough to pique the interest of the public. All the way from getting up, grabbing a cup of coffee, stepping in the shower and getting in the car, I was racking my brain for ideas. For any seasoned drivers, we all know that bizarre autopilot which takes hold when you're going through your regular commute. Quite often, I'll arrive at the office after 30 minutes of driving, with absolutely no memory of how I got there. Your body just kind of automatically performs the movements, and your brain wanders off for you to get lost in thought. It's amazing how that happens. As I was 10 minutes into the drive, something broke through the autonomy. I like to stay connected to local happenings, which makes complete sense considering my line of work. I like to know what's going on in my local area. It's nice to feel part of a community. As I was taking the same turn that I take every day, the presenter was running through the "and in other news" segment that adds some variety and levity at the end of the news. Normally, it's inconsequential things such as Mrs. Jones found her missing cat up a tree 2 miles away, or little Bobby found a coin in the yard that's worth thousands of dollars. Things that pique your interest but don't have any real depth. But this story managed to capture my attention in full.
And in other news today,
the radio presenter said with their buttery smooth voice.
If you're still looking for a holiday destination this summer, why not a lighthouse? Only this lighthouse has a checkered past. The Surway Isle Lighthouse has been in disrepair for the past decade or two since closing. It was the scene of an unexplained disappearance for 3 lighthouse keepers in the early 1900s, presumed to have perished in a heavy storm. Since then, it's been bought and renovated into a summer home for rent. So if you'd like to stay for a week or two at a place with history and character, in solitude from your normal hectic life, why not give this a try? The lighthouse has been available for weekend and weekly stays since the start of the year.
Unexplained disappearance is the phrase that caught my attention. This had all the markings of a great story. It had intrigue, mystery, and also a unique setting. It wasn't every day that you heard about a lighthouse, especially one in such a remote location. Although I wanted to do a bit of research beforehand on the background, I decided there and then that I had to try and stay there. It seemed like it had almost been fate for me to hear that news story, as if I was being given one last chance to save my career. And if it didn't lead anywhere, at least I would have had a vacation for once. It had been years since my last. For the last 15 minutes of my journey, everything else faded away into nothing. All of my previous thoughts and worries about my job and my future. My mind always wandered back to the lighthouse. What happened to the 3 lighthouse keepers? Was there anything nefarious involved, or was it just an unfortunate accident? Is there any evidence left to suggest what happened to them? These questions were swirling around my head constantly. It almost became an obsession. This could be the perfect story I'd been waiting for. As I arrived at the office building, I was almost in a trance. I could think of nothing else. I even forgot my coffee in the cup holder of my car. I tapped my pass onto the card reader by the front door, nodded a greeting to the security guard, and climbed the single floor of stairs that led to my office. Luckily, there were hardly any of my colleagues in today. No doubt the pessimistic announcement from my boss had sent similar shockwaves through them as it did me. I'm sure they were also out and about, looking for the perfect story that would save their jobs. I sat down at my desk and logged in. As always, one of my favourite ever pictures greeted me as a wallpaper. My wife and I on our wedding day. I didn't want to let her down. I had to make this work. With a brief respite to reflect, I opened my web browser and got to work. Surway Isle Lighthouse was the first search term I tried, but I was only greeted with geographic entries and the news story that was broadcast earlier. According to an online encyclopedia, the lighthouse was located on a remote island 20 miles off the coast. The closest coastal town was 80 miles away from me, so I faced a 100-mile trip. Not too bad on the face of things. I noticed a few other key facts. It was constructed in 1903 and apparently had a rudimentary set of railway tracks which were originally intended to provide provisions for the crew and fuel for the light in the tower. As I scrolled down further, I found an entry called 1908 Crew Disappearance. This would hopefully tell me everything I needed to know. Apparently, the lighthouse had been manned by 3 men: James Russell, Thomas Blake, and William Callahan. There was an abnormally fierce storm one night, and a passing passenger ship noted in the ship's log that the light wasn't operational. It had to dock at a nearby town to continue its journey once the storm had passed. Once the storm had cleared a few days later, a rescue boat was launched to Surway Isle to investigate the cause. Upon disembarking the vessel, it was found that the entrance gate to the main compound and the main door were both closed. In addition, the beds were unmade, the clock on the kitchen wall had stopped, the table was set for a meal that had never been eaten, and there were several chairs toppled over. After a lengthy investigation by the rescue crew, no sign was found of the missing lighthouse keepers. A later investigation by the police also drew no leads. Their disappearance was eventually ruled as accidental deaths due to being blown over the cliffs or drowning, despite no bodies being found. The lighthouse was closed for a year or two while investigations were carried out, but once they'd ended, a new crew was installed, and that was that. There weren't any other strange occurrences until the lighthouse was closed in 1989. It lay in disrepair until last year, when a local developer bought the site and renovated it. With that, I'd reached the end of the article. I clicked back to the search and selected the site for the news story. Scanning down the page, luckily they'd included a link to book a stay there. As the page opened, I must admit they'd done a great job with the renovation. There were numerous pictures showing the lighthouse inside and out. Each room seemed to have a perfect blend of modern comfort and preserved history. It was exactly the kind of place that could inspire a captivating piece, not just about its past, but about the experience of staying in such a place. I clicked on the booking link, and to my surprise, there was a vacancy for the upcoming weekend. I hurriedly entered my details and reserved a 3-night stay. The anticipation and excitement began to build, overshadowing my previous worries. This was it, my chance to find a story that could not only save my job, but reignite my passion for journalism. The next few days passed in a blur. I packed my bags with essentials, including my trusted voice recorder, camera, and notepad. I didn't tell my wife about the specifics, just that I needed to go on a work trip that could potentially secure my position at the paper. She gave me a reassuring smile, wished me luck, and told me to stay safe. On Friday morning, I loaded my car and set off towards the coast. The drive was serene, the countryside rolling by in lush greens and blues, a stark contrast to the urban monotony of my daily commute. The further I drove, the more isolated it became. By the time I reached the small coastal town where the ferry to Surway Isle was docked, it felt as though I'd stepped back in time. I boarded the ferry, a small vessel that looked like it had seen better days. The captain, a grizzled old man named Joe, seemed amused when I told him I was headed to the lighthouse. "Not many folks go out there these days," he said, his voice rough and seasoned by the sea air. "You sure you know what you're getting into?" I smiled and nodded, though a small part of me wondered if I did. As the ferry pulled away from the dock, the town quickly receded into the distance, replaced by the endless expanse of the sea. The journey took about an hour, and as the island came into view, I felt a shiver of anticipation. The lighthouse stood tall and solitary on a cliff, its white and red stripes stark against the grey sky. Joe helped me to unload my bags and wished me good luck. "I'll be back on Monday to pick you up," he said. And with a final nod, he was gone, the ferry shrinking into the horizon. Standing alone on the dock, I looked up at the path leading to the lighthouse. The air was crisp and salty, and the only sound was the distant crashing of waves against the rocks. I hoisted my bags and began the walk up the narrow, winding trail. The closer I got, the more imposing the lighthouse appeared. It was beautifully restored, but its history seemed to linger in the air, heavy and almost palpable. I reached the main door, retrieved the key from the lockbox as instructed, and stepped inside. The interior was just as charming as the photos suggested. The walls were adorned with vintage maritime decor, and the furniture was a blend of antique and modern comforts. I spent the first hour exploring the rooms, getting a feel for the place. The kitchen was well stocked, the living room cosy, and the bedroom offered a breathtaking view of the ocean. I spent the rest of the time with the rapidly fading light, taking notes and photographs, capturing every detail. As evening approached, I made myself a simple dinner and settled in the living room with my laptop. I began drafting the outline of my article, weaving together the facts I gathered with the ambience of the place. There was something about the isolation and the history that felt almost magical, and I wanted to convey that in my writing. I decided that I'd explore the rest of the island tomorrow, once morning had broken. As night fell, the atmosphere shifted. The lighthouse, which had seemed so welcoming in the daylight, now felt different somehow. The wind howled outside, and the old structure creaked and groaned. I tried to brush off the unease as just the natural sounds of an old building, but it was hard to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I must be imagining things. My imagination's running away with me, I muttered to myself. It's been a long, exhausting day. I must be tired. I therefore decided to call it a night and headed to the bedroom. As I lay in bed, I listened to the sounds of the night and the island. The wind, the waves, and an occasional distant foghorn from a passing ship. I drifted off to sleep, but my rest was uneasy, filled with strange, fragmented dreams. I saw the faces of the 3 lighthouse keepers, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. They were calling out, but their words were lost in the storm. I woke up abruptly, my heart pounding. The room was dark, and for a moment I wasn't sure where I was. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a faint light coming from under the door. I got up and opened it, stepping into the hallway. The light was coming from the lantern room at the top of the lighthouse. It shouldn't have been on. I hadn't turned it on. I felt a chill run down my spine. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously made my way up the spiral staircase. The light grew brighter as I approached, and when I reached the top, I saw the lantern was indeed lit, casting an eerie glow across the room. There was no one there. I stood in the doorway, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a timer or an automatic system I wasn't aware of. I took a deep breath and stepped into the room. As I approached the lantern, it flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. My light beam cut through the gloom, but it did little to calm my nerves. I heard a faint whisper, barely audible over the sound of the wind. I spun around, but there was no one there. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I backed out of the room and hurried down the stairs, my heart racing. My mind playing tricks, I breathed heavily. Back in the safety of the bedroom, I tried to rationalise what had happened. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the result of stress and fatigue. I forced myself to lie down and eventually fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy and unsettled. Sticking with the plan I made yesterday, I still decided to spend the day exploring the island, hoping the fresh air and exercise would clear my head. I followed the old railway tracks that wound through the island, leading to various outbuildings and storage sheds. Most were empty, filled with nothing but dust and dirt. I found a small cemetery tucked away in a secluded corner of the island. The headstones were weathered and covered in moss, but I could still make out the names: James Russell, Thomas Blake, and William Callahan, the 3 lighthouse keepers. Seeing their names etched in stone made their story feel more real, more tragic. Forever in our hearts and thoughts, the headstones read. Taken from us too soon, but they never forgot their duty. On a small plaque next to the headstones, there was a small obituary explaining the history behind their untimely deaths. There was an odd absence of noise in the cemetery. Although it was small, it seemed as though the sound of the crashing waves were muffled or subdued in some way by the area itself. Silently paying my respects, I then walked down the small dirt path leading out of the cemetery and looked in wonder. The majestic lighthouse was on the opposite side of the island, and it certainly looked striking against the now blue sky. If I wasn't eager to carry on my investigation, it'd be a perfect day for a nice picnic and some sunbathing. I'd already explored the lighthouse and the immediate surrounding vicinity, so I decided to take a rocky-looking path leading down the northerly side of the island towards the bottom of the chalky cliffs. As I made my way further down the path, the way became more and more treacherous as I went. This clearly wasn't an often used route by tourists. Although I was making sure that my footing was sure and stable, my mind kept returning to thoughts of last night. Was it just my imagination? I was certain that the lantern at the top of the lighthouse was on, and it definitely sounded a lot like a whisper when the light disappeared. But sure enough, when I woke up, it was as if nothing had happened. There was definitely something off about this place, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I was both dreading and looking forward to tonight in equal measure. After admittedly much longer than I was expecting, I made my way to the bottom of the cliffs. The way down to the shore was blocked off by a series of jagged rocks. There was no way I was going to put my life in danger. It didn't look as though there was anything of interest in the distance anyway. As I looked to my right, though, I spotted an alcove. Lined with rusted iron, presumably to stop the entrance collapsing. I peered my head inside. A short distance into the opening was a large weathered sign with bright red writing. It read, "Warning. Do not attempt to go any further. Cave prone to collapse." As my eyes began to adjust to the light, I could see the way ahead was completely blocked by boulders. It wasn't surprising. I imagine the opening would have been exposed to the waves in very severe storms. Although my curiosity was pricking at me to try clearing the rubble, self-preservation prevailed. I wouldn't be able to write the article if I was dead. So I decided to leave it be and returned back up the rocky path towards the lighthouse. As the ground started to turn from red and brown to green, I looked towards the horizon. The azure blue from earlier had given way to a fierce red. The sun was beginning to disappear over the horizon. As I marvelled at the beautiful colours, I could see there were worryingly dark grey storm clouds gathering in the distance. I'd have to call today's exploration to a close. I didn't want to be the next victim, if it was in fact a storm that killed the 3 lighthouse keepers all those years ago. When I returned to the lighthouse, all in all, it was a very subdued evening. There was some light rain outside, but nothing world-ending. The soft pitter-patter against the window provided a relaxing backdrop for me to continue writing some of my article on the laptop, and eventually retire to the bedroom with a herbal tea to settle in with a good book. When you don't have internet or a TV to help you pass the time passes surprisingly slowly. I'd been reading for what felt like hours, but when I glanced at the clock on the wall, it only showed 9:30. It was an exhausting day full of walking and exertion, so when my eyelids began to droop, I took that as a sign to call it a night. I had one more day to uncover any mysteries, if in fact there were any. But I wasn't sure there was much else to explore on the island. It was only small. But I still had a splinter in my mind, nagging at me that there was still something I'd missed. And so, I gave in to sleep. I awoke to a crescendo of noise and light. Although I was relatively insulated and protected in the bedroom, I could still see bright flashes of white light exploding from underneath the door. The sea was crashing loudly against the rocks, accompanied by the deep, guttural rumbling of a thunderstorm. Grabbing my phone as a flashlight in case I needed it, I gently pushed open the bedroom door. The display on my phone was reading 1:43 a.m. As each flash illuminated the living quarters below the tower, I could see that something was amiss. Gone were the modern comforts and fittings from the refurbishment. Instead, it felt like I'd gone back in time. The stylish dining table had now been replaced by a rustic, splintered construction, and the comfortable seats were now basic wooden chairs. An earthy scent filled my nostrils. As I shone my flashlight onto the table, I could see 3 bowls of stew sitting on the table, with loaves of bread and old-fashioned cutlery. My mouth hung open in astonishment. Is this a dream? I tried pinching myself, but nothing happened. This had to be real. I felt like I'd gone back in time 100 years. I rushed up the spiral staircase leading to the lantern room at the top. This time, unlike last night, the lantern wasn't on. But it was easy to find my way around due to the cacophony of light and sound all around me from the storm. Looking out of the windows surrounding the tower, all I could see was an explosion of froth, foam and sea spray. Judging by the sound, the waves were battering the island with all of its might. My eyes began to be drawn, however, to 3 silhouettes standing at the top of the cliff, overlooking the ocean. My breath caught in my throat as I peered closer, trying to make out more details in the fleeting light provided by the storm's violent flashes. The figures stood motionless, their forms almost blending into the rugged landscape. They seemed to be looking directly at me, though I couldn't see their faces clearly. Although I couldn't make out their facial features, with each flash of light, I could see more details. Old-fashioned oilskin coats adorned their rugged bodies, and wiry beards hung heavily from their faces. I knew in my heart that these must be the ghosts of James Russell, Thomas Blake, and William Callahan, the doomed lighthouse keepers that disappeared all those years ago. Strangely, I didn't feel scared looking at them. They exuded a profound sadness, almost melancholic. I didn't want to head outside of the lighthouse due to the ferocity of the raging storm outside, but instead I continued watching in amazement from the tower. What do they want from me? Why are they here? I whispered to myself, my voice swallowed by the storm. The figures continued to stare up at me, motionless and silent. Then, almost in unison, they raised their arms and pointed down the cliffside. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as if they were showing me the way. After a brief moment, they dropped their arms back down to their sides and began to march slowly along the cliff edge and down the path. The last I saw of them was their oilskin hats passing behind the cliff top and below. Although the pull of curiosity was almost irresistible, my brain overruled my heart. I'd be taking my life into my own hands if I was to traverse down that path in such a fierce storm. I didn't get a wink of sleep for the rest of the night. I stayed huddled at the top of the lighthouse, every minute wishing for the storm to pass and morning to break. After what seemed like an eternity, the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. The storm finally abated. Utterly exhausted, but driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to follow the path the ghosts had taken, without even having anything to eat. As I travelled back down the spiral staircase into the living quarters, everything was now back to the way it was. There was no food on the table now, nor any of the splintered furniture. In their place was the rustic yet modern fixtures and fittings from the refurbishment. I still had no idea whether last night was just a dream. I just had to find out, one way or the other. I donned a raincoat and made my way out of the lighthouse. There was still a light drizzle in the air, but the storm had definitely passed. I could see the sun start to break through the clouds in the distance. The island was eerily quiet, the only sound being the distant, calming rush of waves. My feet felt heavy on the damp ground as I carefully made my way down the cliffside path the haunting figures had pointed to. The storm had left the path muddy and treacherous. Each step required caution to avoid slipping on the wet rocks. Despite the difficulty, I felt a strange sense of purpose, as if the spirits of the lighthouse keepers were guiding my steps. As I gingerly approached the alcove again, I immediately spotted that there was something different. The sign and the boulders blocking the way had now disappeared into thin air, leaving a dark pathway into the bowels of the cave. I knew I was taking my life into my hands, but somehow I knew I'd be kept safe. I could sense the presence of the lighthouse keepers in the air, almost familiar, yet protective. Taking a deep breath, I ducked into the alcove once more. The air was damp and musty, the scent of sea salt mingling with earth. The pathway narrowed considerably, not far into the cave, eventually revealing a tight gap, just wide enough to squeeze through. The passage beyond was dark and cramped, but I pressed on, my curiosity outweighing my fear. After what felt like an eternity of crawling through the narrow tunnel, it finally opened up into a small chamber. The air was thick and stale, and the only sound was the faint drip of water from the ceiling. My flashlight swept across the room, revealing old wooden crates and rusted tools scattered about. There was also a collection of oil lanterns, long since rendered useless. But what caught my eye was the row of shelves on the far wall, lined with old, weathered logbooks. I approached the shelves in trepidation. The logbooks were covered in dust and cobwebs, but they were remarkably well preserved. I picked up the nearest one and carefully opened it, the pages brittle and yellowed with age. The entries were written in a neat, flowing script. They chronicled the daily lives of the lighthouse keepers, detailing their routines, the weather, and the ships they saw passing by. As I flipped through the pages, I found the logbook belonging to James Russell. His entries were filled with observations about the sea, the weather, and the occasional personal note about his fellow keepers. Then, to my amazement, I found some entries for the fateful night of the storm in 1908. The logbook detailed the final days of the three keepers. They'd chronicled their growing fear as the storm approached, strange occurrences in the lighthouse, and finally, their plan to seek shelter in the cave during the worst of the storm. Russell's handwriting was frantic, the ink smeared in places as if written in haste. December 12th, 1908, it read. The storm is unlike anything we've seen before. The wind howls like a banshee, and the waves crash against the cliffs with terrifying force. Blake and Callahan are trying to keep the lantern lit, but the wind keeps extinguishing it. We tried to send a distress signal, but the equipment failed. I fear for our lives. If we do not make it through this night, let it be known that we did our best to keep the light burning. God help us. The next entry was even more disturbing, written by Thomas Blake. Something is not right. I saw a figure outside in the storm, but when I called out, there was no answer. Russell is missing. Callahan and I searched everywhere, but there's no sign of him. The storm is growing worse. We're trapped here, and I fear we may not survive the night. The final entry was penned by William Callahan, and it frightened me to my core. Blake is gone, it read. One moment he was beside me, and the next he vanished into the storm. I'm alone now. The light has gone out, and I can hear voices calling to me from the darkness. They're not human. If anyone finds this, know that we did not abandon our post. There is something on this island, something ancient and malevolent. Pray that it does not find you. My hands tremble as I close the logbook. The story was far more sinister than I'd ever imagined. The disappearances weren't just a tragic accident. There was something malevolent at work on this island. The spirits of the lighthouse keepers had tried to show me the truth, to warn me. I knew I had to get back to the mainland and share what I'd found. This story was more than just a mystery. It was a revelation. As I carefully made my way back through the tunnel and up the cliffside path, I felt a sense of urgency. The storm had passed, but the darkness that had claimed the lighthouse keepers was still out there. Back at the lighthouse, I packed my things quickly, pausing only to take a few final photographs and jot down some last notes. The ferry wasn't due until the next day, but I couldn't stay here any longer. I knew that I had one more night to stay here, but in my soul, I felt as though the entity mentioned by the lighthouse keepers would make an appearance tonight. Don't ask me how I knew, but I felt more than anything that if I stayed one more night, I'd meet the same fate as the doomed keepers. I made my way to the dock, hoping to flag down a passing boat or find some other way off the island. Luckily, I managed to flag down a passing fishing boat and make my way to the mainland. I sat in a hushed and reflective silence as we traversed the water. I think I was still in shock from the events of the past few days. I drove home like a madman. Although my stomach was growling at me in hunger, I had to finish my article while it was fresh in my mind. But almost more importantly than that, I had to make sure that no one else could be a victim to the entity or being that the lighthouse keepers spoke about. When I finally arrived back home, I wrote furiously, pouring everything I had into the story. I recounted the history of the lighthouse, the tragic disappearances, and the chilling entries in the logbooks. I included my own experiences, the eerie events of the nights I spent there, and the ghosts that had guided me to the truth. I knew that this would be viewed with skepticism, but it was the truth. It's always been about the truth. I worked into the night. I was determined that I had to tell their story. By hell or high water, this would be the best article I'd ever written. Back at the newspaper office the following morning, my editor was stunned by the depth and detail of my story. It was published as a special feature, and the response was overwhelming. The public was captivated by the mystery of the Surway Isle Lighthouse, and I was hailed for my investigation skills. There were still many comments expressing disbelief, but I knew this was real. Whether they believed me or not was up to them. To ensure that their fate remained undisturbed, and to ensure that no one else was put in danger, I informed the authorities of my findings, and that the location was unsafe for anyone to stay at. Of course, though, my pleas focused on the unsafe cave and jagged rocks on the shore, rather than the entity mentioned in the lighthouse keeper's logs. Despite my pleas to the contrary, they insisted they perform an investigation of the island to corroborate my story. Thankfully, their investigation was completed without incident. Strangely though, having investigated the cave, they couldn't find any indication of the ancient logbooks that I mentioned to them. According to them, the path was blocked off by immovable boulders. However, to my relief, they condemned the area due to endangerment to human life. They ruled that the cave was prone to further collapse at any moment, and that the cliffs were unstable. All ferries and vessels were forbidden from travelling to the island from that point onwards. Much to the annoyance of the property developer, the lighthouse was also condemned and ruled as unsafe. It was therefore ruled as derelict. I'm sure the developer was given a tidy sum from their insurance, but they were no doubt cursing my name. But I didn't care. The important thing was that no one else would be put in danger. I also thanked my lucky stars that I managed to escape with my life, and I didn't meet the same fate as the lighthouse keepers. Despite the closure of the lighthouse, the story of Surway Isle continued to captivate the public's imagination. My article sparked a renewed interest in the island's history, and people from all over began to speculate about the mysteries that lay hidden within its shores. And so I started work with a brand new vigour. I couldn't wait to uncover the next great story. But almost more importantly than that, I was pleased to have honoured the memory of James, Thomas and William. Something had happened to them that fateful day. It wasn't an accident. But beyond all of that, I still had something nagging away in my mind. I still felt that I hadn't discovered the true secret of the island. The malevolent and ancient entity mentioned by the lighthouse keepers. As I sat there, watching the number of views and comments on my story increase by the minute, I knew deep down that I would return to the mysterious island one day to finish what I'd started. I've always loved abandoned places. There's just something exhilarating about walking through a place no one's supposed to go. It tells stories of a time long past. Maybe it's the silence or the sense of isolation that comes with being in a place the world has forgotten. I'm not really sure. But there's something special about it. Blackwood Hospital, though. That place was different. I first heard about it from a few guys on an urban exploration forum I frequent sometimes. It's good to keep in touch with the community. There were whispers, rumours about it being one of the most haunted places in the country, let alone the city. The hospital had been closed for over 50 years, shut down after some sort of scandal that no one seemed to know the full details of. Some said it was because of malpractice. Others whispered about the insane experiments conducted on the patients there. Either way, it had been locked up tight ever since. No one had managed or dared to breach it yet. It had become kind of a myth in its own right in the forum. All sorts of rumours flew around. People saying that the last people who had gone there hadn't come back out. That there was a ghost in there who roamed the empty halls. And even the occasional blood-curdling scream that could be heard at night from outside the gates. I didn't buy into it, at least, not entirely. Places like this always had ghost stories attached to them. But the prospect of getting in there, where no one had explored yet, that was too good to pass up. I spent weeks planning. The place was guarded pretty heavily. The city had a vested interest in keeping people out. The new mayor was all about safety and security. They must have heard about the increasing fame of the building. But thankfully, I found a gap in the patrols and figured out how to get over the fence. I even scoped out an entrance, a basement window that had been smashed open by some delinquent years ago. Everything was ready. I waited until a moonless night, figuring that my best shot was to move under cover of complete darkness. Armed with my flashlight, a camera and my phone, I scaled the fence at the perfect moment and dropped silently onto the other side. The hospital loomed before me. It felt almost menacing. It was huge, much bigger than I'd imagined. You can see pictures of things on the internet, but it can never get across just how big some things are. The building sprawled across several acres, and from where I stood, I could make out the skeletal remains of multiple wings and crumbling structures. Vines crawled up the stone walls, and shattered windows stared back at me. I hesitated for a moment. I'd explored big places before, but none like this. Something about it felt different. I shook off the feeling before long, and moved toward the basement window I'd found during my earlier scouting trips. It took a little effort, but I managed to pull myself carefully through the jagged opening, landing on the cold, tiled floor below. The air was thick with the scent of mould and dust, stale from decades of disuse. I cursed myself for not thinking to bring a face mask with me. I hoped that would be the worst of my problems. The basement was a maze of utility rooms, old storage areas, and dark, damp hallways. Most of the equipment had been stripped away over the years, but the occasional rusted stretcher or broken wheelchair remained, long forgotten. It didn't take long before I felt utterly disoriented. The place seemed to stretch on forever, and the deeper I went, the more I began to feel trapped. As I continued walking through a narrow corridor, I was careful to avoid the broken glass scattered on the floor as much as possible. The crunching of my feet echoed off the walls. I was just about to cross the threshold into a larger room at the end of the hallway when I heard a piercing squeaking noise fill the air. Reflexively, I span around on the ball of my foot to look behind me. It looked identical, although I wasn't sure that a rusted wheelchair that I'd stepped past a moment ago wasn't in the same position. After staying frozen for a few seconds, I didn't see or hear anything. Just my imagination playing tricks on me, I thought. I continued on. I eventually found a staircase leading up. The metal steps creaked beneath my weight as I ascended, and I emerged into what looked like the main hospital building. The difference between the basement and the upper floors was striking. Here, the decay was more apparent. The paint on the walls was peeling in long strips, and there were huge holes in the plaster. Broken windows were letting in a chill from outside, along with the rhythmic patter of the heavy rain. I walked slowly, taking it all in, snapping a few pictures with my phone. The silence was striking. Every sound I made seemed to reverberate unnaturally, as if the walls were amplifying even the smallest noise. After a short while of walking around in awe, I found what appeared to be an old nurse's station, with overturned chairs and scattered papers littering the floor. There was a thick layer of dust on everything, clearly untouched by human hands for years. It was amazing to see a place that just used paper. There weren't any computers at all. Curiosity got the better of me, and I picked up a few papers from the floor to look at. I shone my flashlight on them and scanned through, but to my disappointment, there was nothing that interesting. Just drug dosage and doctor's notes. They must have used a typewriter to produce these. The typeface was pleasingly retro. Just as I was coming to the end of the last note, something clattered onto the floor behind me. A pen rolled slowly between my feet. That's odd. It must have fallen off the nurse's station, but I didn't touch the station at all. Again, I brushed the thought off quickly. As I crouched to pick up the pen, I felt a draft run along the floor. To be expected, considering the number of broken windows in the place. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I straightened up, turning the pen over in my hand. It wasn't just any pen. It was pristine, clean, like it had just been dropped minutes ago. That was impossible. The room was covered in dust. It clearly hadn't been touched for years. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the pen. Then, the silence around me was broken by a faint noise. A soft, scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. My eyes opened wide. Slowly, I turned towards the source of the sound. Down the hallway, barely visible in the weak light of my flashlight, something moved in the shadows. I couldn't quite make it out. Was it an animal? Might be a fox looking for food, although I'd find nothing here. As I strained my eyes to see, I saw something that didn't seem to make sense. The object was solid, but seemed darker than the shadows around it, and it was getting closer. I instinctively stepped backwards, nearly tripping over my own feet. The shadow continued to move, and now I could hear it more clearly. Slow, deliberate footsteps. The soft drag of something heavy along the floor. I ducked down behind the nurse's station, hoping that they hadn't seen me. Someone must have had the same idea as me. Just my luck for this to happen. I waited with bated breath to see if they were heading in my direction. But the footsteps didn't stop. They grew louder. Panic set in. I didn't dare move. One other thought popped into my head. Could it be the police? Possible. I didn't want to stick around to find out. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and the silence returned. This silence had a weight to it, though. I couldn't hear the rain anymore. Couldn't even hear my own breathing. It was like the world around me had gone still, like time itself had paused. And then, from the end of the hallway, a voice. It was soft at first, barely a whisper, but it sent a jolt of fear through my entire body. "Help me," the words echoed, bouncing off the walls, growing louder with each repetition. "Help me." I backed up, nearly tripping over a fallen chair as I tried to put distance between myself and whatever was down the hallway. My flashlight flickered again, plunging me into momentary darkness. And in that split second, I heard it. A loud, metallic crash, like something slamming into the wall. The light managed to flicker back on, and I saw it. A figure stood at the far end of the hallway, partially obscured by shadow. It was hunched over, its limbs long and twisted, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. The gown it wore was filthy, covered in dark stains that looked like dried blood. And then it moved. Not walking, jerking forward in quick, unnatural bursts, like its body was being pulled by invisible strings. Each movement was accompanied by a sickening crack, the sound of bones snapping and joints popping. "Help me," the voice said again, but this time it was right next to me. I screamed. Then, as if my legs were acting independently of me, I turned and ran. I sprinted down the hallway, the flashlight beam bobbing violently as I fled. I darted around a corner, slamming into the wall, but I didn't stop. I had to get out of here. My mind raced, trying to remember the way back to the basement, to the window I'd crawled through. But the hospital was labyrinthine, and in my panic, I couldn't tell one hallway from the next. They all looked the same. I threw open a door at random and stumbled into another room, a large open space that must have been some kind of operating theatre from what I could see. Rows of rusted metal chairs line the perimeter, facing a decaying surgical table in the centre. The walls were covered in old medical diagrams and faded posters. I ran to the far corner of the room, my back against the wall, the flashlight shaking in my hand as I pointed it toward the door. I was begging for it to keep walking past. The footsteps stopped just outside. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for whatever was out there to come through the door. I waited, and then nothing. I thought, hoped, that maybe, just maybe, it had lost track of me. Then, the door creaked open, just a few inches. I could barely make out the shape of the figure standing in the hallway, its shadow spilling into the room. It lingered there for a moment, unmoving, as if it were deciding whether to come inside. "Help me," the voice whispered again. But this time, it wasn't pleading. It was almost mocking. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang, and the room plunged into complete darkness. My flashlight flickered, sputtered, and then died, leaving me alone in the pitch-black room. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking uncontrollably as I swiped the screen to activate the flashlight app. I don't know how on earth I managed to do it. The dim glow of the phone illuminated the room. Standing at the far end of the room, just beyond the reach of the light, was the figure. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were wide, glowing faintly in the dark, and its mouth hung open in a grotesque grin. It had long, bony claws for fingers. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stared at me, its smile growing wider, impossibly wide, as if it were enjoying my fear. I backed up, away from the inhuman thing in front of me. I felt the cold metal of a double door with the palms of my hands. My hands were still shaking horribly, but I slowly fumbled around looking for a handle, with my eyes still locked onto whatever this was. With the smile now reaching across its whole face, with rotten teeth jutting out from odd angles, it arched backwards. Its hands now touched the floor, as it was now standing on all fours. It was a hideous sight. My breath quickened in panic. As if I were watching a spider, it then quickly scuttled along the floor, up the wall, and was now upside down on the ceiling. I let out an involuntary scream. I'd never seen anything that disturbing as long as I'd lived. To my relief, my right hand found the metal handle. Without thought, I yanked down with my full body weight. The door gave way behind me with a groaning creak, and I crashed onto the floor, my flashlight and phone skidding across the ground. It winded me for a second, and I found myself gasping for breath. But I had no time to waste. I scrambled frantically to my feet, my hands slipping on the dusty floor. I darted forward to snatch up my phone, its faint light glowing from across the room. But I didn't bother picking up the flashlight. I didn't have time. I could hear the skittering of claws on metal from above me. Rapid, erratic, like a creature scrambling for its prey. It was still on the ceiling. I looked up. It was staring directly down at me, its head twisted at an unnatural angle, and its wide, hollow eyes bore into mine. It started moving. It felt completely alien, as if a spider from another dimension. I backed into the hallway, still gasping for air, and slammed the door shut behind me with a loud bang. My heart pounded as I fumbled to lock the door, but there was no lock, just a flimsy, rusted handle. It wouldn't hold for long. I jammed a splintered piece of wood into it, better than nothing. Without thinking, I turned and ran. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. I just needed to get away from whatever that thing was. As I ran, I could hear the door behind me creak open, and a loud crash echoed down the corridor. It was after me. Up ahead, I spotted a flicker of light. The stairwell. The staircase I'd come up earlier. I bolted towards it, my feet slipping on the damp, cracked tiles, but I managed to reach them. I grabbed the railing, pulling myself up as fast as I could, taking the steps 2 at a time. Behind me, the sound of claws on metal returned. It was gaining on me. I raced up the stairs, my legs screaming in protest, and when I reached the next floor, I threw myself against the heavy door and pushed it open with all of my strength. I knew where I was now, just a little further. The window. I could see the faint light from outside, the broken window I'd used to sneak in. Despite my body's cries to the contrary, I sprinted as fast as my legs could carry me. I didn't dare look back, but behind me, I could hear its rattling breathing now as it scuttled up the stairs, its claws scraping against the walls and the floor. But I was so close to getting out. I reached the window, grabbed the ledge, and hoisted myself up. But I didn't have the luxury of time now, so I ignored the jagged edges of glass that bit into my palms. Blood ran down my hands in rivers, but I didn't care. I was running on pure adrenaline. I didn't feel any pain. I swung one leg out of the window, and then the other, my feet finally touching the wet concrete outside. I was out. I was free. I turned, just for a second, to look back at the window. The creature was there, crouched in the frame, its twisted face pressed against the shattered glass. It still grinned, that terrible grin. I wasn't sure if it was able to leave this place, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. I bolted. I ran as fast as I could across the hospital grounds, not daring to look back again. I could hear the distant sound of the creature's laughter, low, rasping, and full of malice, echoing in my ears as I scrambled over the fence and collapsed onto the street. The rain poured down on me, but I didn't care. I was out. I was safe. I allowed myself a few moments to collect myself, but I struggled to my feet and staggered home. It was the longest 2-mile walk I've ever experienced. My body was racked with pain for the entirety, but I had to warn them. I had to warn everyone. Leaving bright red stains on the keys of my keyboard, I typed out a frantic post on the forum. Warning: do not enter Blackwood. I didn't type much, but I didn't need to. All I needed to say was, this thing lives here. Do not go inside. As I fell backwards through the door in the operating theatre with my phone in hand, I must have taken a picture of the ceiling by accident before it flew out of my hand. There, blurry but visible, was the monster. Its eyes glowed, and a long black tongue could be seen lolling out of its wide grin. Most believed me. A few praised my photo editing skills and said that this was a good ghost story. Regardless, I didn't hear about anyone trying to enter the hospital again after that. I'd hoped that this was true. It was also possible that someone had not been so lucky as me. I guess I'd never know. By a stroke of luck, the building was scheduled for demolition just a few months after that night. The mayor wanted to make room for a new apartment block. I don't know what happened to that thing, but I prayed that whatever was buried beneath the rubble stayed buried. The day of the demolition arrived, and I watched from a safe distance. A crowd gathered around, eager to see the end of Blackwood Hospital. The walls crumbled, and with every blast, I felt a weight lifting off of my chest. The nightmare was over, or so I thought. As the dust settled, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting another notification from the forum. But instead, there was a single message. No sender, no number. Just 2 words. Help me. What a steal, I thought. I couldn't believe my luck when I was browsing the net for houses. My hand had been forced lately, as my landlord was selling the place that I was currently renting. In fact, had been renting for the past 8 years. This was my home, and now, unless I found a new place soon, I would soon be homeless. Over the past decade, I'd luckily been able to put some money away into my savings account for a rainy day. Thankfully, that rainy day had never come. I had a job that paid decently well, My rented apartment was in very good condition, and my car was very reliable. I'd always taken care of my teeth as well, so I didn't have to pay exorbitant amounts for any dental work. I didn't even spend any money on takeout. As a result, I had a sizable nest egg sitting in my account doing nothing. Enough for a deposit on a house, and maybe some renovations to boot. I'd always wanted a big place since I was little. I would see millionaires having huge mansions filled with exciting and interesting things. They'd have swimming pools, tennis courts, and a huge driveway big enough to fit 10 cars. I thought that this would always remain a pipe dream until I spotted a post online. Amongst the list of houses for sale, most were very modest. With my budget, I was expecting to be able to afford a 1-bed, 1-bath house at the most, and probably not in the safest area. I could just rent again, I thought, but I wasn't getting any younger and had to think of my future. I may as well just be setting my monthly rent payment on fire for all the good it's doing me. Nestled amongst these houses, I spotted a listing for what looked like a much bigger place. I had to do a double take to make sure I was reading things right, because after a second look, it could be considered a mansion for all intents and purposes. It must be a typo, I thought, as I read the listing in more detail. Plastered over the listing were phrases such as needs work, considerable renovations required, a true fixer-upper, and many more. Looking at the numerous pictures provided of the innards of the property, it definitely looked like it could do with some work, sure. The wallpaper was faded and not very modern. The carpets were tatty and frayed. Some of the brickwork was damaged, and the bathrooms had seen better days. Considering the price, though, it seemed too good to be true. In hindsight, it absolutely was. Considering my tight time frame before being evicted, I swiftly called the estate agent and arranged a viewing. I wasn't sure if I would ever get an opportunity like this again. Fully expecting to have a lot of competition for the place, I was very surprised to hear that the estate agent could see me that afternoon. I jumped at the chance. Sable Manor was the name I was given, along with directions. It was a full hour's drive from where I currently lived, but I was eager to move out of the suburbs anyway. I enjoyed my peace and quiet, and after looking at an online map, it certainly seemed as though I would get it. I jumped into the car, entered the address into my sat-nav, and set off, excited to see potentially the home of my dreams. After coming off of the motorway, the sat-nav eventually asked me to turn right off of the main road, onto a quaint country road. Either side of the road were open fields, filled with countless sheep, cows and horses. I could get used to this, I thought. As time went on, the road began to get narrower and narrower. The surface of the road also got worse and worse. However, undeterred, I pressed on. After 15 minutes or so, it was announced I had reached my destination. I slowed the car to a stop, and I found myself sitting at a dilapidated wooden front gate. There were some rusted iron letters on the brick pillar next to it. Sable Manor. As I was taking in the scenery, I could hear the rumble of metal behind the gate. It slowly opened to reveal the estate agent I had spoken to a few hours beforehand. He beckoned me to drive through the gate with one hand, as he held the gate open with the other. I slowly navigated the car through the opening, lowering my window to briefly greet him before making my way up the gravel path. The substance crunched beneath my wheels, as I could see the estate agent closing the gate behind me in my rearview mirror. Slowly crawling my way up the path and curving around to the right, the manor came into view. The outer facade of the building was certainly in need of repair, but for the price they were asking, it wasn't the end of the world. In fact, with a bit of love and attention, It seemed as though this could be my forever home. I climbed out of the car and waved to the man crunching his way up the path. He had the same vacant, slightly uncanny smile that all estate agents seem to wear. We briefly greeted each other, at which point he unlocked the large oak door and let us inside. The door swung open with a huge creak. We stepped into the ground foyer of the building. The floorboards creaked under our weight, and the large room was punctuated by a huge rustic fireplace. It had a huge set of what I assumed were deer antlers over the hearth. The previous owners certainly had a unique sense of style. "Pretty impressive, huh?" said the agent, as he saw my gaze affixed to the centrepiece. I let my eyes wander around the room. There was a staircase up to the first floor on the right-hand side. Old dusty paintings hung on the wall next to it, full of impressive landscapes and majestic animals. The previous owner must have been a hunter of some sort. I looked upwards at the ceiling. While the design was intricate, there were a few cracks in the plaster, among the considerable number of cobwebs. Luckily, spiders had never bothered me. As you can see, the place needs quite a lot of work. But hopefully you'll agree, the sheer character of the place more than makes up for it, the man said. I nodded as I made my way up the staircase. I used a wooden banister to steady myself. As my hand traced up the staircase, I looked at it as I reached the top. It was covered in a thick blanket of dust. It was clear that no one had cleaned the place in months, if not years. The place has been on the market for quite a while, I could hear from behind me alongside a cacophony of creaking. We're actually trying to sell the manor on behalf of a debt collection agency. By all accounts, the previous owner owed quite a lot of money. This piqued my interest. Oh really? They must have been quite well off to own this place, surely. You would think so, wouldn't you? But as I understand it, they inherited the manor from a distant member of their family. Some long-lost uncle, I would imagine. They lived here for quite a few years, but didn't have a regular job apparently. Best guess is that they made some money here and there from selling game to butchers. Pheasants, boar, you get the idea. But as you can probably guess, they didn't have enough cash to renovate. As I poked my head into the various rooms on the first floor, I nodded my head and murmured in the affirmative to let him know I was listening. Something began to gnaw at me though, as he was speaking. Eventually, the whisper in my mind became more of a yell. I had to ask. So this gentleman was quite old, I take it. Couldn't pay off his debts before he passed. He was no spring chicken by any means, but not that kind of age. The rumour was he ran into some kind of accident on a hunt. The place was found abandoned, just disappeared. The police did an in-depth investigation, but no trace of him. I hope you're not the squeamish type, but the rumour was that he fell afoul of a boar or some other creature in the remote woods and was never found. As you probably saw on your drive here, we're surrounded by woodland for miles and miles around. The police don't have that kind of manpower to search hundreds of miles of remote woodland, so he was declared missing and presumed dead a while after that. I didn't exactly want this guy bursting through the door, so I had to ask the follow-up question. And when was that? Recently? He was declared to have perished by the police around 14 months ago now. It's just taken a while for the paperwork and proceeds to work their way through. It's your lucky day. He patted me on the back. He was certainly very forthcoming with the information. It wasn't as though he was trying to hide anything from me. And I did need a place very soon. This information didn't put me off much. I always wanted a place that was away from the hustle and bustle of the town. And I loved old-fashioned buildings with character. I'd have to do any renovations in bits and pieces, but that didn't bother me. It wasn't as if the building was going to fall down any second. It just needed some love. We continued to explore the manor for a while, until we arrived back in the main foyer. Well, we haven't seen everything this place has to offer, but I'm afraid I have other appointments. Hopefully you'll agree it's got a lot of character, and with a bit of tender, loving care, could be a perfect home for you in time. Just let me know if you want to make an offer. I'm sure we'll have other interest in the place soon. He was laying it on a bit thick with the sales patter, but he was right. It was run down and needed quite a lot of work. But I kind of fell in love with the place as soon as I stepped inside. I've always been a bit of an eccentric, and even when I was a kid, I dreamed of living in a manor like this. Having unique pieces of artwork and paintings, a rustic kitchen, old leather chairs sitting by the fireplace, that kind of thing. I didn't want to let on though, so I just said to him, "I'll let you know." As I left the house and drove back down the country road, with the agent gradually getting smaller in my rearview mirror, I was already on the phone to my solicitor. I wanted it, badly. The sale had gone through like clockwork. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised by how painless it was. The price was agreed and was well within my budget. In fact, I had plenty left over to start renovations. Less than 6 weeks after I first saw the place, I was collecting the keys. My dream home. As I locked the gate behind the estate agent, with keys in hand, I stood there in silence and took in a deep breath. Peace and quiet. I could hear the birds twittering in the trees, the sound of the wind rustling through the autumn leaves. It was almost as if nature was trying to speak to me. "Your home," I imagined it was saying. 2 weeks after the sale, I effectively moved in. I didn't have much to move from my old place. I always lived within my means and didn't collect many possessions. I was a big believer in experiences over things. Now, I was looking forward to spending my first night in my new home. My new home. Mine. It felt weird saying it. I spent most of my first day looking through each of the rooms and making a note of any remedial work that needed doing. By the evening, I'd filled at least 10 pages. I always liked undertaking big projects though, so this didn't put me off. I was just excited to have my own place. It was peculiar though. As soon as you shut the front door, it was as if you had created a vacuum inside. There was no noise at all. You couldn't hear any birds, any wind, anything at all. It was as if you had stepped into another dimension. Luckily, the electric still worked. I had to get someone in eventually to check all of the wiring and make sure it wasn't dangerous. But for the time being, I could use my sparse collection of electronic equipment. It looked quite out of place alongside the quaint, eclectic furniture, but by the old fireplace and in front of a weathered, red leather armchair sat my 60-inch TV. I didn't have internet yet, so I had to make do with my trusty DVD player that luckily I'd kept in a storage box. I never liked throwing things away. Besides, otherwise, what would I do with my collection of classic horror movies? Still in the storage box, I had hundreds of movies that I'd collected over the years. So, I connected my DVD player to the TV and loaded one of my favourites. With a cup of hot chocolate and a packet of biscuits in hand, I plumped down in a comfortable armchair and raised my hand to turn on the stylish lamp on my right. At that moment, I couldn't have been happier. As the light outside faded, it began to grow colder. I looked in a large metal container sitting next to the fireplace and found some very old pieces of firewood. After inspecting them closely, they must have been there for years. Importantly though, they weren't damp. In fact, they were bone dry. Now was as good a time as any, I thought, as I loaded the wood into the opening in the fireplace. After a few attempts, I managed to get a fire started with the help of some of the newspaper I'd used to pack some ornaments. As is tradition, I stood in front of the fire for a few moments, warmed up my hands and rubbed them together. I then settled back down in my chair to the sound of blood-curdling screams on the TV and crackling wood beside me. After around 15 minutes, I noticed that despite the roaring fire close by, there was still a noticeable chill. Strangely, it seemed to be a draft coming from somewhere. I was some distance from the front door, so it couldn't be that. I scanned around, and I wasn't close to any doors at all, as a matter of fact. The draft had to be coming from somewhere. It certainly wasn't from the fireplace, as there was a ravenous fire there now. In fact, I had just fed it some more wood. I got up and started searching for the source of the cold draft. I'd made my list of renovations and improvements now, and didn't want to miss any. I wanted my new home to be nice and cosy after a while. I loved nothing more than sitting in warmth while it was cold outside. After a while of searching, feeling along the cracks of the various doorways and floorboards, I realised that the cold air was coming from the middle of the room, in the area just to the left of the bottom of the staircase. I couldn't see anything though. All I could see was the tattered old Persian rug laid on the floor, covering the floorboards. Although it was frayed and clearly had been well used by the previous owners, it had a certain character about it, so I wanted to keep it. The rug was threadbare in places though, and can't have been doing a good job of insulating against the cold. I placed my hand at the edge of the rug, and sure enough, an ice-cold blast of air chilled my fingers. With care, I slowly rolled back the carpet in an attempt to identify what could possibly be causing such a draft. I imagined it would be a loose or missing floorboard, one more for the list. As I rolled the rug back on itself, a large wooden hatch came into view. It would have been difficult to spot if not for the recessed metal handle on one side. The handle was rusted beyond all recognition and was quite large. This wasn't in the floor plan, I thought, as I paced slowly around the hatch, feeling a bizarre sense of both trepidation and excitement. While I did have some money to renovate, I didn't have enough to do everything. If this hatch leads to a basement, there could be all kinds of heirlooms and treasures in there, which could pay for the renovations 10 times over. The sheer curiosity got the better of me. I removed my phone from my back pocket and turned on the flashlight. The dazzling white light provided a stark contrast against the warm orange glow being provided by the fire. I slowly bent down and grabbed the rusted handle. It provided some resistance, but after a sharp tug, it came loose and allowed me to get some leverage on the hatch. As I pulled upwards, the hatch gave way surprisingly easily. I pushed the door up onto its hinges, and once it reached the fulcrum, it fell backwards in the opposite direction, slamming onto the floor with a loud thump. A cloud of dust erupted into the air, illuminated by the glow of the fire. I shined my phone flashlight into the dark opening. All I could see was a collection of wooden steps heading downwards. They were covered in dust, and there was a thick sheet of cobwebs. It was clear that no one had been down here for a while, but at least I had found the source of the draft. Now that the hatch was open, there was a strong stream of icy cold air collecting around my feet. Taking a gulp, I slowly travelled down the steps, hoping that the wood wasn't so rotted that it would give way. Thankfully, the steps held firm. I counted the number of steps in my head as I went. 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 steps. And with each step that I took downwards, the warmth being provided by the fire, quickly gave way to a cloying chill. In fact, it was so cold that as my foot found the ground at the bottom of the steps, I could see clouds of mist whenever I breathed out. I looked back up the steps to whence I came, and all I could see was a flickering orange glow, casting shadows upon the steps that took many shapes as the fire ebbed and flowed. Holding my phone up, I decided to check my battery. After all, I didn't want my phone to cut out while I was down here. I couldn't see any light switches at all. Not surprising, it was an old house. 84%. Phew. I only planned to spend 10 minutes or so down here, just to sate my curiosity. I could fully explore the area in the morning. I had more than enough battery for tonight's purposes. Glancing next to the battery icon though, I saw the words, "No service." If I wanted to make this a secret games room or anything, I'd definitely need a landline down here at some point. I had plenty of signal upstairs. I surmised that the walls must have been lined with lead or something. As I held the phone in front of me, I could see a long passageway with a concrete floor. At the end of the passageway, I could just about see the glint of metal. I crept down the hallway, and as I got closer, I saw a riveted gunmetal grey door, similar to what you would expect to see on a ship or a submarine. Weird, I muttered under my breath. The door was ajar, so after a short pause to gather myself, I eased the door open. It took most of my body weight to push it open, but it gave way eventually, with a drawn-out creak. If you would have heard that noise in isolation, you would have thought you were on a submarine, with the haunting creaks associated to the vessel. The air was stale, and even colder than before. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what was in this room. The room couldn't have been more than a few meters long, but the walls were curved, and they weren't made of wood or brick. They were made of metal. A weathered light fitting hung down in the centre of the room from the ceiling. I felt around the wall by the doorway for a light switch, and after a few seconds, found one. I flicked the switch, and at first, nothing happened. A short while after, I began to hear a muffled shuddering sound coming from another room, at which point the light flickered into life, casting a dull orange glow. In many ways, it was similar to the glow of the fire upstairs, but this was artificial. It felt alien in some uncanny way. I turned off my flashlight to save the battery and placed it back into my pocket. On one side of the room, there was a very basic bed with a dark brown blanket and flat pillows. The air smelt musty. These clearly hadn't been washed for a long time, if ever. On the other side of the room was an electric stove with various old packets of military rations and canned goods. As I picked up some of the goods, most of them were at least 10 years old. I didn't want to try any of them right now, but it sounded like quite an interesting project for a day in the future. As I placed the cans down, the realization dawned on me. This must be a fallout shelter. That would certainly explain the lack of phone reception. The idea always fascinated me, but I'd never seen one in the wild. The old owner of the manor must have been a survivalist of some sort, I surmised. That would certainly explain the antlers and other paraphernalia in the rest of the manor. Towards the back of the room, I saw another doorway. Stepping carefully between the cooking and the sleeping areas, I walked through the opening. Here was another small room, smaller than the one I'd just left. The loud shuddering was much louder here. Grabbing my phone from my pocket again, as I couldn't see another light switch, I pointed it towards the source of the noise. A generator. That would explain the light suddenly working. The walls of this room were completely bare. Metal again, but rusting in some places. Recessed into the wall close to the generator, I could see a small wash basin and toilet. I'm not sure they'd ever been used. Walking up to the basin, I turned the tap with great difficulty. It spluttered loudly for a good 10 seconds, but eventually, brown water started to spurt through the opening. Water must have been sitting in these pipes for years, I said to myself. I quickly turned off the tap. It was much easier to turn now that I had loosened it. I moved the light in my hand around the small room and noticed another aperture opposite to the generator. It was another riveted metal door identical to the first. This one had a glass porthole of sorts. The air was ice cold now. I began to regret not wearing more layers. I shone my torch through the glass, but it was incredibly cloudy. I couldn't make out anything at all. The door had a large lever, almost like you'd see on an airlock. Taking a deep breath, I moved the lever downwards. With that, I could hear a sharp intake of air, as if a vacuum seal was broken. As soon as this happened, a blast of ice-cold air hit me with force. "What the hell?" I gasped. I swung the heavy door open, and it clanked loudly once it hit the wall. I cautiously shone my torch into the opening and took a step inside. The concrete floor in the room had tiny ice crystals on it, which crunched as my shoe hit them. As I lifted my phone up to scan around the room, I could see slabs of meat hung on hooks. Underneath them were metal tables with various cutting implements laid upon them. It was a huge freezer. "Of course he hunted animals," I said to no one. Talk about an endless supply of food. It was a perfect setup. Spend years building up a supply of meat and food for the potential scenario of nuclear war. It didn't look like it would have been much of a life if it did happen, but at least he would have been alive. And with a generator, no trouble at all in keeping this stuff frozen. Real meat, I'm sure, would have been far more preferable to canned food. I stared in amazement at what looked like years of work. My attention was drawn to another metal table on the other side of the freezer. There were, from this distance, what appeared to be cards strewn across the surface. As I approached, I could see that these were mostly white, plastic cards of some sort. Although I had difficulty in feeling my fingers now, I fumbled for one of the cards and picked it up in my hand. One side was completely blank, but as I flipped it over between my numb fingers, my mouth dropped open in shock. I was faced with the image of a bespectacled man. He had long ginger hair and a scruffy beard. While the beard did him no favours, it looked like he was no older than 35. In fact, I could tell exactly how old he was, to the day. He was 34 years and 143 days old. I knew this because the card contained his birth date, next to his picture, along with his address. It must have been a driving license or some other form of ID. Was this the mysterious hunter who disappeared? His name was Brian Murphy. Then, my eyes wandered from the card in my hand to the dozen other cards on the table. Grasping another, I was faced with the picture of another person. This time, a young woman with shoulder-length black hair, no older than 21. Again, this had her birth date on it, so I knew for certain she was approaching her 20th birthday. This person's name was Jennifer Perez. Frantically, I began picking up the other cards clumsily in my hands. Jim Peterson, Robert Evans, Tara Robinson, Maria Lopez. All in all, there were 16 IDs here. "What the hell?" I mouthed silently. as I held the cards in my hands. In panic, I pushed one of the huge slabs of meat with my full body weight out of the way and pointed my phone towards the door to get out as soon as I could. But before I could do that, my attention was drawn to yet another metal table in the corner that had been previously obscured by the hanging meat. I almost threw up in my mouth. Sitting there, on the table, grey and frosted, was a human foot, severed at the ankle. As my eyes widened at the realisation, I let out a loud primal scream in terror and stumbled towards the opening. My foot slipped from under me in the panic, and I came crashing to the floor, bringing the table containing the IDs down with me in a clatter and crash of metal. With that, my phone slipped out of my hand and smashed on the concrete floor. Luckily, there was still some ambient light coming from the main room that I could use to find my way. With my ankle throbbing, I struggled to my feet and began retracing my steps out through the bunker, hobbling every step of the way, past the rumbling generator, past the dilapidated stove, past the military-style bed. As I steadied myself on the wall with one trembling hand, I grazed something and the light switch flicked off. Too terrified to care, I held the narrow wall on both sides with my hands. The glow from the fire upstairs was acting as a beacon for me. I needed to get out. Every step was sending bolts of pain through my leg, but I struggled along. I just had to make it up those 15 steps. As I placed my foot upon the bottom step, I heard a prolonged creak. The comforting orange glow of the fire emanating from the opening above me became dimmer. Strange. In the space of a single second, another loud creak, followed by a tremendous thump. And then, darkness. December 1st. Or at least, I think that's what the date is. It's difficult to tell anymore. I've been counting the days by my number of sleeps, as I can't see any daylight. I haven't seen any daylight for at least a month. This place has a pen and paper. That's how I'm telling you this. If I didn't have this, I think I would go insane. I write stories just like this one, only this one is real. I don't know what this person plans to do with me, but I'm sure he would have murdered me by now if he wanted to do that. Maybe he's looking for a companion during the nuclear apocalypse. Maybe he's planning on hunting me for sport. I don't know. I can't bring myself to eat the human flesh. I'd sooner starve. I've been surviving on the canned food. There should be enough to last for another month, maybe 2. Before long though, there will be nothing left beside what's in the freezer. If anyone ever finds this, tell my story. And I hope you get revenge on whoever has done this. Unless, of course, they get you too. Ever since I was a child, I wanted to feel special, as if I meant something in the world. I've always been second best in everything I've done, and I'm not sure I've ever won anything in my life. I was always bullied from a very young age. I'd often curl myself into a ball in a quiet corner and wish under my breath, I wish everyone would just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Just once. I would have done anything to feel important or unique. Just once. I want you to hear my story. It was a day just like any other day. I'd woken up late, just like always. I scrambled around on my bedside table, hunting for my phone, bleating incessantly at me for attention. It was my alarm. After throwing a dirty red t-shirt and last night's takeaway dinner onto the floor, there it was. It was a struggle to turn the alarm off. My brain was dull and painful after a long night drinking with my work buddies down the pub on the corner of the town's main road. It felt as though every movement, every blink of my eye, every synapse firing in my brain was sending jolts of pain through me. Gazing at the phone's screen in a daze, I could see it was midday. My mind started working, although it felt as though my brain was a dusty old filing cabinet with half of the records mysteriously lost in a fire. I couldn't remember why I had set an alarm, until I started to recollect a drunken conversation I had with my best work friend, Paul. Paul was the only person I could bear to socialise with on weekends, outside of office hours and the utterly regimented Friday night drinks, to collectively forget about the week that had just gone. We both bonded over our mutual love of classic horror movies. While we differed on exactly which one was the best horror movie is clearly The Shining. Paul's favourite Night of the Living Dead is in the top 5, but not even close. We would often hang out at each other's house on a Saturday night and watch until the early hours. Today would have been no different, except we had spotted something online that we couldn't resist. Horror Fest, an all-day and all-night showing of the greatest horror movies ever created. Get your tickets now at the Gala Cinema on King's Road, starting at 1 p.m. and running until 1 a.m. In our infinite drunken wisdom, we decided that we had to get there early to watch the whole collection. The cinema had been there for years, and we imagined was on the verge of going out of business. The seats were all dusty. The popcorn always had this indescribable stale taste, and the floors were so sticky that if you weren't careful, you would leave one of your shoes behind. At the bigger chains, the worst thing about the cinema is, you guessed it, other people. They just distract you from the screen and annoy you to no end. Despite all the shortcomings of Gala Cinema, it had one strength that couldn't be beaten. It was almost always empty. Come to think of it, that's probably why it's on the brink of closing permanently. But for this one weekend, we could enjoy the classics in the way they're meant to be enjoyed. And best of all, with no one else there. What we didn't count on at the time, as we were about 6 pints of beer deep by then, was that 1 p.m. was a very early start for someone whose head felt like mine did. Regardless, I was looking forward to it, so I quickly jumped in the shower, threw on my worn hoodie and jeans, and headed out of the door. Before the cinema though, there was just enough time for a good old-fashioned English breakfast to try and clear the hangover. And there were some fried sausages with my name on them. Paul met me in the local Greasy Spoon cafe, and we started eating our plates of grease and fat in zombie-like fashion. However, with each mouthful, we became to feel more and more human. Eventually, it was 12:45 p.m, and we were both ready for some classic horror. Leaving a handful of change on the table, we headed out the door and sauntered down the road towards the tattered yet recognisable cinema sign on the corner. We stepped foot inside the dimly lit foyer and bought our tickets, which came with a free soft drink. Come to think of it, the reasons for the cinema going out of business were now stacking up by the minute. With huge expectant smiles on our faces, we grabbed our full sugar soft drinks, no sugar free for us, and large popcorns, and strode excitedly into the screening room. Although it was difficult to see, as expected, there wasn't another soul in there. Looking around as though we were kings surveying their kingdom, we plumped for the 2 seats in the perfect location. 6 rows back and dead centre. We had this down to a fine art by this point. The first movie was a classic, Alien. We both chomped eagerly through our stale, but satisfyingly salty at least, popcorn, which made us gulp down our free drinks. An hour through the movie, Paul made the universally known hand motion for a drink. I nodded, and Paul shot up out of his seat and down the aisle. We'd seen this movie so many times that he would probably be able to quote the next line as soon as he came back. After only a minute or two, Paul came back with 2 more large drinks, and this time with some candy. After that point, we remained glued to our seats for the rest of the movie, and even stayed put throughout the start of the next one. We were well set for the rest of the day, and I couldn't wait for the final few movies. They were the absolute best. After 2 large drinks, I was absolutely bursting at the seams and had to visit the bathroom. I glanced over to Paul and returned the universal drink gesture, which was met by a passionate thumbs up. I struggled up to my feet and wandered down the aisle. Looking over at the concessions counter, the attendant looked incredibly bored. He was scrolling through his phone, looking like he wished a hole could appear and swallow him whole. I couldn't take it anymore and swiftly headed into the bathroom. I'd grab the drinks afterwards. After what seemed like an eternity, I relieved myself and walked up to the mirror by the wash basin. The light above the mirror was incredibly dim, and it was difficult to see things very clearly. I used the soap and turned the tap to wash my hands. I still didn't feel 100%, so I leaned in close to the mirror and pulled my eyes down. Bloodshot. It was going to be a long night. As I was thinking this, the light started to flicker intensely, and the worst pain imaginable shot through my entire body. It felt as though a huge needle was being threaded from the top of my head, through my body, and down through my toes. As this intense pain was registering, I remember thinking that this was it. I assumed I was having a massive stroke or something, and that I would soon perish. The light seemed to flicker in unison with the pulses of pain convulsing through me, reaching a crescendo after what seemed like an eternity. I pushed my eyes closed, and suddenly, the pain stopped. I silently stood there for a moment, expecting the agony to take hold again, but it didn't. Silently, I thanked God that it was over, and chalked it up to a cluster headache brought on by a mixture of the previous night's alcohol, the greasy breakfast, and the copious amounts of sugar I had just ingested. I stumbled out of the bathroom holding my head, and I thought that some water would see me right. Walking over to the concession stand, I couldn't see the attendant anymore. I waited for a couple of minutes, but still no sign. I didn't want to miss the end of the movie, even though I'd seen it dozens of times. Assuming that the attendant must have gone around the back to have a smoke, I grabbed a couple of chilled bottles of water from the refrigerator and left a banknote on the counter. Anyway, it was his fault for leaving the place unattended. Grasping one of the bottles in my left hand and rubbing the other on my forehead to cool off, I pushed open the door to the screening room with my foot. Fantastic, I hadn't missed much. The movie was just about to reach its crescendo with the big payoff. The images on the screen were very dark, which made it very difficult to find my way around. I felt my way down towards our seats, 6 rows back and in the middle. No one was there. I double-checked my thinking and retraced my steps. No, this was definitely 6 rows back and in the middle. The movie was even the same one we were watching when I left. This must be the right room. Putting the bottles down on our seats, I made my way back down the aisle towards the exit. Made a bit easier now that my eyes had adjusted to the light. I hurriedly stepped into the bathroom that I had not long left. Maybe somehow Paul had needed the bathroom too and missed me. I'm not sure how that would happen though, as it was right next door. I glanced around the dim bathroom and couldn't see any sign of Paul. I even called out to him and knocked gently upon each of the stall doors. None of them were occupied and swung open to reveal their emptiness with the smallest push. Trying to make sense of this, I reasoned that he must have nipped out of the cinema for some reason and would be back soon. I stepped out of the bathroom and glanced at the concession stand. My banknote still sat unmoved upon the counter. Strange. Not wanting to miss the end of the movie, I went back into the screening room and settled into my seat. Next to the now vacated seat, where a solitary bottle of water now stood. He'll be back in no time, I thought. The movie ended the way it always did. I scanned around the room, still no sign of him. After waiting for a few minutes, the next movie was about to begin. Thinking he would be back soon, I tried to get comfortable and take my mind off of things with the new movie in the marathon. I felt as though I was in a trance. My mind was running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I didn't even think to take a drink. My water was still untouched, although by now it was almost room temperature. I take a quick glance at my phone, and somehow it was now about an hour later. Starting to get worried, I thought I would try giving Paul a call to see where he was. Did I do anything wrong? Did I annoy him in any way? I left the room again, to the sound of blood-curdling screams and shrill strings from the movie on screen. I jogged towards the exit of the cinema, past the deserted bathroom, and also what I didn't register at the time, the empty concession stand with the untouched banknote. Pushing open the cinema doors with gusto, I stepped out onto the pavement so that I could get signal. Staring down at my phone, I checked for any messages that he might have sent me. Nothing. I wrote a very short message to Paul and swiftly pressed send. It may have been something along the lines of WTF. After a short while, the message didn't go through. Peculiar. Starting to panic now, I found his contact in the phone and called. I held the phone up to my ear and waited for it to ring. Straight to voicemail. However, as I lifted my head to listen to the phone call, I noticed something unbelievably strange. Looking down the straight main road leading down from the cinema, it looked as though time had stood still. On each side of the road, there were cars. Nothing out of the ordinary at first glance, but these cars were stationary. In disbelief, with the phone still glued to my ear, playing the voicemail automated message, I bent down to peer inside one of the cars that was nearby. It was completely empty. The engine was still on, but it was completely empty. The radio was even still playing, although it was one of those automated stations that just plays music. I checked car after car, and they were all completely empty. It was as if the people had just vanished off the face of the earth. I dashed back into the cinema and feverishly ran to the screening room. Scrambling down to our seats, I frantically felt around Paul's seat. Tucked into the seat at the back was Paul's phone. Grabbing the phone and placing it into my pocket, I sprinted back out of the cinema as fast as my legs could take me. As I ran past every shop, I looked in to look for someone, anyone who knew what was going on. Every single shop was empty, and there was no sign of anyone for miles. I ran the entire length of that road, and I couldn't see a single other person. I even screamed at the top of my lungs. Nothing, apart from the low murmur of the car engines. After it began to get dark, I didn't know what else to do. I mean, what did I have that was familiar? What did I know? So, exhausted, I struggled back to the cinema from whence I came. Kicking down the projectionist's booth door, I managed to figure out how to load the movies. It was quite simple when you think about it. So I loaded up my favourite movie, The Shining, and, in disbelief, shuffled down to the room and the seat where things were so different this morning. And I watched. For those 2 hours, I could suppress the gnawing, horrifying thoughts piercing my brain. These people were here. They might be on the screen, but if I took the part of one of the characters and spoke their lines, it would feel as though the other characters were talking to me. I knew the movie so well that this was second nature. The first time, I would play the role of the lead actor. The second, the lead actress. But by the 5th, the 10th time, I tried to mix it up with some of the minor characters. But it would get lonely, only having people talk to you for a few lines. Every time the movie finished, I would go back up to the projectionist booth and reload it. I actually became quite good at it. I've moved on from that movie now, and with every new one, it feels as though new people are talking to me. I've even tried a few movies I've never seen before. I've lost count of the days now, but the banknote is still on the concession counter. It seems as though I've gotten my wish from all those years ago. Everyone's left me alone, and now I'm all by myself. I'm special now, for I may well be the last human on the earth. If anyone finds this note, you can find me at the old cinema on King's Road. I'd love to be able to talk to another person again. Just once. Just once. "10 years ago, I won a competition to have a private full expenses paid party on a state-of-the-art cruise ship. It allowed you and 5 friends to spend the night on the vessel with free food and drinks. We thought it was going to be one of the best nights of our lives. It turned out to be the worst night of my life, by far. Let me tell you my story. I drink a lot of soda, as in buy a pack per day a lot. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I see it as one of the more harmless vices you can have, although I appreciate it's probably not the best thing to do for my body. Well, one day I spotted a new graphic on the pack when picking a few up at the grocery store, late one night when I was running low. It had a bright graphic of the sun wearing sunglasses and stated in large vibrant lettering, "For a limited time only, prize draw entry for a deluxe cruise party day with each pack. Will it be your lucky day?" All you had to do was scan the QR code on the box, along with a picture of the receipt. Easy enough. And so, for the next 2 months, I dutifully scanned the codes in the hope of being lucky. 48 packs in all. I didn't give myself much chance though. There must have been hundreds of thousands of entries nationwide. So, after the deadline passed, I just went back to normal life and forgot about it. That is, until I received a phone call one Thursday morning when I was at work. I couldn't believe it and had to step outside to get some fresh air. I'd won. I was given a list of Friday nights to choose from and was asked to provide the details of up to 6 people who would be going. They even asked me for what food we liked, and of course, we would have all the free soda on board that we could drink. Upon speaking to the rep further, we'd have a huge cruise ship all to ourselves, including a huge swimming pool, games arcade and tennis court. The only people on board would be us, and a skeleton crew to steer the ship and serve food. We'd go on a round trip to a nearby island, spend the night, and then travel back. I couldn't believe my luck. Without thinking, I reeled off the names of 5 of my closest friends, and started counting down the days to possibly the best night of my life. After the longest month of my life, the Friday that I had marked down in my calendar for weeks finally arrived. I gathered my things hurriedly and made for my car. It was a long drive to the dock, about 2 hours, but it would all be worth it. As I pulled up into the parking lot, I could already see the huge cruise liner that had been laid up for us. It looked unbelievable. As I got out of the car in amazement, I could see my group of friends in an excited circle. They all greeted me with enthusiastic hugs and smiles. "I can't believe it. This is going to be so awesome," exclaimed Will, my best friend. I'd known him since junior school. Our group of friends was small, but tight-knit. We all got to know each other in junior school, all except Jen, who we got to know through our D&D evenings. We badly needed a wizard, and she responded to our ad online. We clicked immediately, and we've been close ever since. Outside of Will and Jen, there were 3 others in our group. We had Frankie, who was our resident music geek. He could play numerous musical instruments, and was always making suggestions for weird and wonderful albums across a wide spread of genres. His latest recommendation was a pirate metal album from a band called Rum and Rock. It was surprisingly good. Next was Kat, who loved to play video games. She regularly streamed online. Her niche was first-person shooters. She was very proud of the fact that she had a KD ratio of 2.1. Tied in with that, she was incredibly competitive and hated losing. In fact, there was a viral video of her online a couple of years back, of her raging after a painful loss. She didn't mind that though, as it meant she was quite popular now. Last but not least was Adam. He was the sporty one of the group. He loved to play soccer and was always representing our school in competitive matches. Now that we'd left school, he carried on playing a couple of evenings per week. You wouldn't think he was athletic or fit though, if you just watched him eat. I'd seen him slam down 2 pizzas by himself once, after a particularly intense game. We excitedly made our way up the staircase, which was adorned with branding for the soda. At the top, we were greeted by a representative from the soda company, and were asked to take a couple of photos for their marketing department. It felt a bit corporate and soulless to do that in hindsight, but we were looking forward to that night so much that we would pretty much have agreed to anything. After a few pictures were taken, and exchanging pleasantries with a company rep, the walkway extended down from the huge ship. Once it was secured, we bounded our way up to the deck with huge smiles on our faces. Upon boarding, we were welcomed by the captain of the ship, along with being introduced to the surprisingly small crew that would be serving us. In what I was sure was a health and safety requirement, the captain proceeded to let us know how to put a life jacket on and where the lifeboats were located. We all subtly rolled our eyes at each other. Come on, we were only going to be gone for a day, and we're just going 100 miles offshore. It's not like we were in any danger. An hour after departing, dusk had fallen, and we could start to see the stars. We were all standing on the forecourt of the restaurant, which was towards the front of the ship, and had a glass ceiling which allowed you to look up at the sky. It was beautiful. A perfectly clear night, not a cloud in the sky. Great music was playing. We were asked to choose the playlist, of course, and the ship was lit up with bright lights. There were about 10 industrial-sized refrigerators in the restaurant, filled with ice-cold soda. We were told that we could take any left over home with us. I was really the only major soda drinker in the group, so most of it would be coming home with me. As we were all dancing, one of the few members of the ship's crew announced over the tannoy, "Dinner is served." As we sat down at a huge table in the centre of the room, a crew member approached us with a trolley full of piping hot food. An amazing selection of meats, every type of side dish you could think of, and we could also see a table full of desserts in the corner. "Oh my god, amazing!" screamed Jen over the music. "You've really outdone yourself this time," said Adam, slapping me on the back. I licked my lips, as I couldn't wait to tuck into the great food. When I looked around the table, I could only count 5 of us. That's odd. How did he get separated? We all went to the restaurant together, I was sure of it. "Frankie? Where's Frankie?" I asked, looking around confused. He was nowhere to be seen. "Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing him for a little while," Kat murmured, while also looking around. "He's probably exploring the ship. You and I know that he always lets his curiosity get the better of him. He'll turn up. Why don't we go looking for him after we eat?" Will sputtered, in between mouthfuls of pizza. So, we agreed to finish our meal first. I mean, he did always have a tendency to go wandering off, regardless of what we did. If we ever went grocery shopping, we'd find him in some random aisle. If we went to the mall, no doubt he'd find the weirdest store and be looking at something strange in the back. It wasn't exactly unusual for him to go missing. After 15 minutes of solid gorging, we decided that now was the good time to try and find him. As we struggled to stand up due to being jammed full of delicious food, a crew member let us know that they'd keep it warm for us if we wanted more later. I couldn't imagine that myself, but you never know. As we looked at the paper map that we were given upon boarding, we tried to agree where it was most likely that Frankie would be. We almost unanimously agreed that the arcade would no doubt be the most likely place. You couldn't drag him away once he went into one. He loved playing the game machines. And so, we made our way to the arcade. It wasn't a very long walk, but we had to go through the innards of the ship. We approached the entrance, which was adorned with images of cartoonish characters, along with iconic video game images. It looked like we had time travelled to the 1980s, with jazzy carpets and bright neon lights illuminating the huge room. It was difficult to hear much above the cacophony of sound effects and retro music. Everything was bathed in a blue and red neon glow. "Frankie, you in here?" I shouted, as I paced down the room looking at every arcade cabinet as I went. "Come on, man, you're missing all the awesome food. There's plenty of time to kill zombies and collect rings afterwards," yelled Adam, with his arms stretched out. As we reached the far end of the arcade, there was no sign of him. There was an unmanned bar at the end of the room. There was a little sign saying, "Help yourself to any refreshments in the fridges. Game on." It was a nice little touch. Of course, the only drink in there was the various different types of soda that the company made. Cherry, zingy lemon, diet, and of course classic. I grabbed one for the road. As we turned around after a brief refreshment break, we spotted a figure hunched over one of the arcade cabinets near the entrance. I ran towards it, and as I got closer, I could recognise those red sneakers anywhere. It was Frankie. "Where did you sneak off to? We were looking for you," I said in relief as I put a hand on his back. I was briefly struck by how clammy and cold he felt. A chill ran up my fingers. It was difficult to see properly in the red light, but as I tried to look at his face, which was staring at the screen, he had a blank, almost vacant expression. "You feeling okay, buddy?" I asked in concern. It took a couple of seconds for Frankie to say something, but he muttered, "Sick, feeling sick." His voice was concerningly monotone, but I chalked it up to him not feeling well. That had also explained the fact that he felt cold to the touch. "Seasick, huh? I used to get that when I was a kid. Let's go on deck with some fresh sea air. Should set you straight," said Will reassuringly, as he put his arm around Frankie's shoulders and led him out of the arcade. Frankie was shuffling his feet and had his head down. He must have been feeling really ill. As we walked through the inner corridors of the ship, we followed the signs taking us to the tennis courts. They were outside, and seemed like as good a way as any to make it on deck. After a minute or two, the fresh smell of the sea air blasted us in the face as we walked out on deck and approached the tennis courts. They were clearly in good condition, and were floodlit in bright white light from above. As I was leading the group, I turned around and said, "Hey Adam, I bet you'd love to play a game or two. See any rackets?" But the last word got caught in my throat. As I scanned around the group, Jen and Kat were huddled together. It had admittedly gotten a bit chilly since the sun went down. I was regretting not bringing a jacket myself. Will had his arm around Frankie's shoulders. Frankie was still looking at the ground, and hadn't said a word since those few in the arcade. He must have still been feeling ill, as his skin was pallid and pale. What made me stop in my tracks was that Adam wasn't there. No one had mentioned anything on the way here, and I was positive that Adam would have let us know if he was going anywhere. This was getting creepy. "Hey, has anyone seen where Adam went?" I looked expectantly at Will, Kat and Jen, who all shook their heads in unison. Frankie was motionless, still fixated on the floor. "Maybe he got lost," Kat suggested. Jen chuckled. "Got hungry more like. I'd bet money that he's back at the restaurant stuffing his face. Adam and free food is a match made in heaven." And so, we made the short walk along the side of the ship to the restaurant. The sea spray was making it feel even colder, so I increased my pace to a jog in a vain attempt to warm up. Kat now had her arm around Frankie, so was staying at walking pace. Will and Jen matched my jog, partly to warm up, but also, I imagine, because we were getting worried about Adam. We stepped through the front doors of the restaurant and were glad for a blast of hot air which came through from the heating system. The music was playing just as loud, but now that the sun had gone down, the room was illuminated in a soft yellow light. Sitting at the round table where we had all just eaten an hour or two previously was Adam. Our empty plates were still there, which I thought was peculiar. I would have thought the crew would have tidied that up. That thought left my mind as I approached the table though, as I was primarily concerned about my friend. How on earth could you stand to eat anymore? Honestly, I don't understand how you can stay so skinny, yet eat so much, yelled Jen above the blaring music. I could see Adam's lips move, but couldn't make it out because of the dim lighting and the loud music. I ran over to the booth containing the sound equipment and fumbled around looking for a way to turn it off. I wasn't technical in any way and was really struggling. I looked over to Frankie, who was now also sat at the table, hunched over in a similar way to Adam. He'd know how to operate this equipment with his eyes closed. "Frankie, little help?" I yelled across the room. Frankie didn't move and didn't even acknowledge me. I called out his name once more, but then presumed that he couldn't hear me. After pressing a few random buttons, I seemed to find the right one eventually, as the music cut out immediately. All we could hear now was the sound of the waves crashing against the ship, and the odd seabird. "Adam, feeling sick too? You look as bad as Frankie," said Will, as I was walking back to the table. I thought Adam didn't hear him at first, as he took a couple of seconds to respond, but then he gurgled. "Hungry. Food. Honestly, you've got a one-track mind with food. Did you eat too much and now you feel sick? You've only got yourself to blame," scolded Jen. While she was saying this, I was staring at Adam's face. His skin had the same pale colour as Frankie's, maybe even worse. Also, maybe it was the lighting, but his eye sockets were sunken, casting a shadow. It looked like he was a corpse that had just come back to life. I'd been seasick before, and I never looked like that. As I was about to get closer to Adam to take a look up close, I looked up and spotted a silhouette standing in the doorway. It was Kat. She was just standing there, motionless, swaying slightly from the movement of the ship. Jen jumped up out of her seat and hugged her. "Hun, are you cold? What's wrong?" she said with a concerned look on her face. Without lifting her head, Kat simply croaked. "Sick. Sick. Right, that's it. I think I've figured it out," exclaimed Will passionately. "It has to be food poisoning. It just doesn't make sense for the three of us to get sick. Luckily, I feel fine at the moment, but maybe we should tell the crew. And we certainly shouldn't eat any more of this food, delicious as it might be." It did make sense. We'd all eaten an hour or two ago, and it was a pretty big coincidence for half of us to suddenly become sick. There was such a large selection of food that we had all eaten different things, so it wasn't guaranteed that we would all get it, I thought. "Good thinking," I said, patting Will on the back. "Why don't we leave Adam, Frankie and Kat here for the moment, where it's warm? The three of us can quickly run to the crew quarters to let them know, just in case they were planning on eating any of the leftovers. They might also have a medic on board." Will and Jen nodded in approval. We ushered Adam, Frankie and Kat to a table close to the blast of hot air from the heating system and grabbed some water for them. They continued to sit, hunched over, motionless. We then exited the restaurant, shutting the doors behind us. After a minute or two, we arrived at the bridge of the ship. We imagined this would be the most likely place to find the crew. "Let's make this quick so that we can get back to the others," Will said, as we approached the door. I had to agree. Now that the music had been shut off, the ship was eerily quiet. All we could hear was the sound of the sea, and the low hum of what we presumed was sophisticated electronic equipment inside. What I didn't realise at the time was that I didn't hear anyone speaking. The door was ajar, so I gingerly pushed it open and stepped inside. The wide expanse of the ocean could be seen through the large windows at the front. It was nothing but darkness, aside from the light from the stars. There was a wide array of computer screens sitting along the front of the bridge as well, including what I presumed to be a radar. While I was taking all this in, Will whispered in a hushed voice, "Where is everyone?" "No idea," I whispered back. Maybe they all got food poisoning too. I was just clutching at straws at this point. In actuality, I was terrified. "Who the hell is steering the ship?" Jen shouted, pointing at the computer screens. "Autopilot, I hope?" Will quipped, although the worried look on his face told a different story. "Look, it's nice and warm in here. I'm sure the crew will be back any minute. Why don't you guys dash back down to the restaurant, grab the others, and bring them here," I said, as I noticed a very large first aid kit on the wall. "There might be some medicine in here that we can use to make them feel better. I'll take a look while you're gone." "We won't be long," Will nodded, as he grabbed Jen by the arm. They ran out of the bridge and down the steps. I removed the first aid kit from the wall, set it down on the table, and opened it. I'd never seen a first aid kit with so much stuff before. Sterile gauze, safety pins, latex gloves, antiseptic cream and wipes, bandages, painkillers of many types, emergency lights, tourniquets, foil blankets. There was even more, but my eye was drawn to some anti-sickness tablets. They must have had many occasions in the past where passengers had seasickness. I had no idea if it would help the others, but it was worth a shot. I grabbed the tablets and put them on the table. As I was waiting for the others, I stood up and looked out of the wide windows overseeing the ship. I could see the tennis courts, still brightly illuminated against the black backdrop of the ocean. There was also a helipad, which I hadn't noticed before. This ship must be used by the rich and famous sometimes. As I traced around to the edges of where I could see, I spotted something that was bright orange on the side of the ship. I was initially confused, but then remembered the brief safety speech from the captain upon boarding. That must be a lifeboat. Just as I was having this thought, there was an almighty creak from the bowels of the ship, at which point I was plunged into pitch darkness. The reassuring hum of the computer equipment had disappeared, meaning that all I could hear now was the crash of the sea waves, along with the sound of my panicked breaths. This wasn't good. As my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, aided by the starlight, I felt my way around back to the table I'd been sitting at. Scrambling around in the first aid kit, I thanked God that there was an emergency light in there. If this wasn't an emergency, I didn't know what was. Upon opening the packet feverishly, it was nothing more than a glorified glow stick. But beggars can't be choosers, so I activated it immediately. "Hello, guys?" I yelled into the darkness, as I hoped they would be coming back by now. Nothing. I steeled myself and took a deep breath, before pushing the door back open and taking a step outside. The air had a noticeable chill now, and I started to shiver, although no doubt this was not purely down to the cold, as I was terrified of what was going on. Something was wrong. I felt my way down the staircase leading down to the deck. While I tried to be as quick as I could, I didn't want to fall and break my neck. These steps were very steep, and one wrong move could be disastrous. With both feet on the deck, I breathed a quick sigh of relief as I started to make my way back to the restaurant. If you wouldn't have known any better, you wouldn't have thought there was anyone else on this ship. It was deathly quiet, outside of my footsteps and the waves. "Guys, are you okay? I'm not sure what's going on, but it looks like the power's died," I shouted. in the hope that the others would hear me. Still, nothing. They must have the doors shut, I thought. As I approached the entrance of the restaurant, the doors were indeed shut. No wonder they couldn't hear me. It was pitch black inside. I nudged one of the doors open slightly and listened. I couldn't make anything out. Certainly not any speech. Maybe we'd just missed each other. Although, as I was thinking this, I started to hear something over the sound of my own breath and the sea waves. A kind of guttural rattle, a sound so unsettling that it seemed to claw its way up from the bowels of the earth itself. It became louder and louder, until such a time it was the only thing I could hear. In trepidation, I lifted the emergency light in front of me and into the restaurant. "Guys," I whispered, "what I saw in the darkness, I will never forget for as long as I live." I could just about make out 5 silhouettes against the dark backdrop, the faint light giving the standing shadows form. Due to the differences in height, I immediately knew that these were the others, but it felt off, somehow. With that, and as the unnatural cacophony of croaking and rattling grew louder still, the 5 silhouettes raised their heads with a slow, deliberate movement. In the darkness, 10 glowing eyes flickered and shone as one, their malevolent gaze fixed upon me. I froze in fear. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness once more, the features of the 5 figures became grotesquely apparent. Elongated limbs twisted at unnatural angles, skin ashen and mottled with an otherworldly pallor. These things were not my friends. I didn't know what they were, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. As I mentally prepared myself to run, the taller figure in the centre, that I presumed to be Adam, or at least used to be Adam, raised his deformed arm towards me. A piercing, shrill scream filled the air as the figures started to run towards me. In panic, I slammed the door shut and attempted to bar the handles with the emergency light stick. It wouldn't hold long at all, but it might give me a sliver of a chance. My mind wasn't working at all as I sprinted back in the same direction as I came. What would I do? Bar myself in the bridge? What then? The power was out in the ship. I was effectively stranded. Then, I remembered what I saw when I was looking out of the bridge windows. There were lifeboats. If my friends were still here somehow, I could come back and save them. All I knew was I had to get off the ship. I ran as fast as I could in the darkness, my hand grasping the side rail to help guide me. I kept tripping over my feet, as terrified as I was. All 5 of them were screaming now. I could hear them hammering at the inside of the door, scratching frantically in an attempt to escape. I clambered up the side of the lifeboat, which was hanging off the side of the ship. In a mad panic, I began smashing buttons and switches on the inside. The vessel must have had its own emergency power source, because as I hit one button, a dull red light came into being. I could see 2 buttons, deploy and engine. I thrust my palm against the deploy button and prayed. To my relief, mechanisms began to spring to life, and the boat slowly began to descend. I had no idea if I would survive on the open ocean, but it had to be preferable to staying up there with those things, whatever they were. As I was about a metre below deck, I heard the crunching of wood and a multitude of forceful footsteps. The screaming had now reached a crescendo. They had broken down the door and were heading my way. "Come on, please God, come on," I screamed in anguish, pleading the mechanism to work faster. Once I was around 3 meters below deck, I looked up. Although I couldn't see their bodies, I could see those 10 glowing eyes staring back at me. The shrill screaming had stopped now, but I could still hear that guttural, almost primal rattling, overpowering the sound of the waves. They were just looking at me, unmoving, motionless, like a lion stalking its prey. I was at their mercy. They could have easily tried to jump onto the boat, but they didn't. All they did was watch, and keep watching, as the boat eventually made contact with the sea. I didn't want to take my eyes off them, but I had to. I mashed the red button that said engine, and the overpowering noise now became an intense whirring, as the boat's engine came spluttering into life. "Yes," I screamed at the top of my voice. "Go, go!" The boat automatically disconnected from the lowering mechanism, and I was now on my own. I didn't care where at this stage, but the boat slowly managed to get some distance between me and the ship. As I looked back at the cruise ship, I could still see the 10 glowing eyes fixated on me. The glowing was almost even more intense now, as if they were angry I couldn't become one of them. As the ship began to shrink and disappear from view, I spotted an emergency flare on board, which I immediately set off. It leapt into the sky, illuminating it for a moment with bright red light. I'd done all I could. Now I had to hope for rescue. It's now 10 years later, and I never saw my friends again. A passing ship saw my distress flare and picked me up, thankfully. A search party was sent out for the cruise ship, but it was never found. It was as if it went silent on radar and disappeared into thin air. The authorities were baffled as to how such a large vessel could disappear. I was questioned for days. They never believed me when I told them about those things. Delirium from food poisoning was the verdict, but I knew better. The soda company ended up being sued by my friends' families, as they never came back. They won, and the company went bust. Even after all that, and how guilty I feel, their families gave me some of their settlement money. It's enough that I'll never have to work again. I'm grateful, but I would trade it all in for a second, just to see my friends again. I've never touched a can of soda since. It brings up too many bad memories. It was a Thursday, I remember that much, because Lily's school newsletter was still pinned to the fridge, reminding me that Friday was dress as a book character day. I'd been up late finishing some freelance work and was dozing in front of the TV, when the silence of the early morning pressed too heavily against the window panes. Normally, at 6 a.m. in late August, the eastern sky would blush pale, heralding the sunrise. That morning, it remained black and star-speckled, as if the night had decided to never leave. At first, I didn't think too much of it. I lived in a small town in the north of England, a place where the weather sometimes played tricks on you. Perhaps a heavy, low-hanging storm cloud was blocking out the sunrise. Perhaps something was wrong with my watch, or maybe it was just some bizarre meteorological event. I paced to the front room window, peered through the glass, and saw nothing but distant street lamps illuminating empty roads. I could faintly hear the hum of cars, but it seemed subdued. The sky overhead was shockingly clear. No clouds, just countless stars that I'd never normally see. It felt as though a curtain had been pulled away, revealing a night sky richer and darker than any I'd ever known. By 7 a.m, Lily woke up. My daughter was 9, with bright eyes and a curious mind. She wandered into the living room, rubbing the sleep from her face. "Dad?" she asked, voice muffled by her dressing gown. "Why is it still dark?" Her tone was more curious than frightened. "I'm not sure, love," I said, flicking through the TV channels. The BBC Morning News showed a pale-faced presenter, her voice wavering. Across the bottom of the screen, a ticker scrolled rapidly, with words I'd never imagined. Urgent alert. Sun not visible anywhere in Northern Hemisphere. Government scientists investigating. I tried to keep calm for Lily's sake. Might be some sort of eclipse, I told her, even as my heart pounded. But no eclipse could hide the sun from an entire hemisphere indefinitely. In the next hour, the world went from confusion to panic. Radio presenters sounded frantic. The TV broadcast emergency bulletins every few minutes. Neighbours stepped out into their front gardens, flashlights flickering across terrified faces. Some people got into their cars and drove aimlessly, as if searching for dawn down the next road. I stood with Lily by the front door, hugging her close as our breath fogged in the August air, which seemed suddenly colder than it should have been. By 9 a.m, we knew something had gone terribly wrong. The sun had not just failed to rise here, it had vanished entirely. Scientific talking heads on TV tried to explain. The sun was simply gone. Instruments pointed at its coordinates, found nothing. The Earth was hurtling through space, alone. No longer anchored by the star that had nurtured it. Gravity, they said, was a delicate balance. Without the sun, we would drift into the void, temperatures falling steadily. They were still working on understanding the how and the why. Some unimaginable cosmic event, perhaps, but the fact remained. The centre of our solar system had blinked out like a candle snuffed. I tried not to let Lily see my trembling hands. She understood enough to be scared. "Is it going to get cold, Dad?" she asked in a small voice. I nodded, forcing a weak smile. "A bit, honey. We'll need to keep warm." Within hours, the world changed. By noon, a meaningless word now, the temperature had dropped noticeably. People flooded supermarkets for bottled water, tinned food, torches, batteries, anything. I looked at our modest kitchen cupboards and realised we didn't have much. Just the usual groceries to get us through the week. If society fell apart, we'd need more, much more. But venturing outside into the panic-filled streets seemed risky. Through the window, I saw a neighbour sprinting down the road, carrying 2 large petrol cans. Another tried to break into the corner shop's shuttered door. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Everything was collapsing faster than I'd ever imagined possible. I made Lily a promise. "We'll stay indoors for now. We've got blankets, candles, and the gas hob still works. We'll boil water if we need to." She nodded, trusting me as children do. My chest tightened. I needed to be strong for her. By what would have been mid-afternoon, the news channels started going dark, one by one. The government broadcast a final emergency message. "We urge calm. Authorities are working with international partners to find a solution. Conserve energy and resources. Stay safe." A solution to losing the sun? It felt ludicrous. I held Lily's hand, and we sat in the living room, lit by a single lamp. Thankfully, electricity still flowed for the moment. Outside, all I could hear was screaming, punctuated by the odd gunshot. The armed police or the army must have been mobilised. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My quiet little English town, where the loudest event might have been a drunken argument on a Saturday night, was now a war zone of desperate humans. I shut the curtains and locked the door. Lily huddled under a blanket. Her school uniform lay untouched where she'd set it out the night before, as if we'd stepped into a different universe overnight. In a way, we had. At some point, we lost all radio signal. My phone showed no network. The internet was down. We were completely cut off. I found an old battery-powered radio in the attic, but it only emitted static. I thought of trying to reason with neighbours, form some kind of communal support, but the screams and shouts outside warned me away. Without sunlight, people had surrendered to their darkest instincts. We were animals in a cage together, and the cage was getting colder every minute. Time blurred. Without day or night, I measured time by Lily's hunger and the slow tick of my watch. The house grew colder. I dragged blankets from every closet, layered them on the couch, and we huddled together. I gave Lily the last of the bread and jam for supper, if you could call it that, and tried to pretend that everything would be okay. She asked softly, "Dad, will the sun ever come back?" I hesitated. I wanted to lie, to promise her it would, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I said, "I don't know, sweetheart, but I'm here with you." I pulled her close, kissing her hair. She smelled of soap and childhood, something innocent and safe. The next day, if we could call it that, was colder still. Frost crept along the windowsills, even though it should have been summer. I ventured out for supplies, while Lily dozed fitfully on the couch. Streets were littered with debris. A car lay flipped on its side near the end of the road. A broken lamppost sparked feebly. People moved in small groups, hunched and suspicious. Faces lit by torches and phone screens until their batteries gave out. I skirted around them, heart pounding. I found a small corner shop with smashed windows and grabbed tins of beans, packets of noodles, water bottles. All I could carry. When a shape loomed behind me, I turned, raising my arms defensively. It was an old man, eyes wide with terror. He grunted, too exhausted or scared to confront me. I fled, stumbling over broken glass, rushing home. Back at the house, I barricaded the door with a chest of drawers. Lily woke and looked at me with huge, frightened eyes. "I'm just making sure we're safe," I said. She nodded solemnly. We boiled some noodles by candlelight. The gas flame flickered weakly. Already the pressure was dropping. How long before the grid failed completely? Outside, the temperature continued to plummet. Reports from the last broadcasts said we'd start seeing snowfall in places that never expected it. Sure enough, I opened the curtains a crack and saw tiny flakes drifting down, reflecting in the cold glow of the distant stars. My breath misted in front of me. I wrapped Lily in my old coat, the one I wore hiking years ago. We wore gloves indoors now, scarves and hats. It felt like a camping trip at the end of the world. As the days stretched into endless night, death seeped quietly through the town. We heard less shouting. Perhaps people had hunkered down or scattered. Perhaps they'd succumbed to hunger or violence. The lights went out at last. With no electricity, The darkness in our home became absolute, broken only by dim candlelight. I cursed my lack of preparation. I never kept a generator or spare fuel. Why would I? Before this, the worst scenario I could imagine was a power cut during a storm. Lily tried to stay brave. She asked me to tell her stories. I told her about when she was a baby and how she used to crawl around the living room giggling. I told her fairy tales and fables, even though every word I spoke was muted by the icy silence outside. My voice trembled at times, but she pretended not to notice. She asked, "Dad, what happens if we run out of food?" I took a deep breath. "We'll ration what we have for as long as possible. If we need more, I'll find some. Don't worry." "Are we going to freeze?" Her voice was so small, it nearly broke me. I stroked her hair gently. "I won't let that happen." But deep down, I didn't know how to keep that promise. We tried to block one room off to maintain heat. We sealed the living room door with towels, pushed rugs against the cracks, lit every candle we had. We huddled under blankets. Still, it was never truly warm. Our fingertips went numb. We cuddled close, sharing body heat. Outside, the eternal night deepened. Stars blazed overhead with merciless clarity. Without the sun's light, the earth drifted into cosmic darkness, temperature falling each passing hour. One desperate morning, I decided we needed more supplies and something to burn for warmth. Our furniture wouldn't last long if we started burning it, and the gas stove had died during the night. Lily's lips had turned a slight shade of blue, and her voice had grown faint. I told her, "I have to go out for a while to get firewood, anything that burns. I'll find more food too." She clung to my arm, eyes watering. "No, Dad, don't leave me." My heart twisted. "I'll be back, I promise. Stay under the blankets." I gave her the last chocolate bar to nibble on while I was gone. "Count to 1,000, slowly. I'll be home before you're done," I said, forcing a smile. She managed a brave nod. I ventured into a world of frozen silence. The snow had thickened, crunching under my boots. Torches were useless. Batteries drained too fast in the cold. I relied on the dim starlight and a small wind-up flashlight. Houses stood dark and empty. I tried the neighbour's door. Unlocked. Inside, I found overturned furniture, broken glass, no sign of the occupants. I snatched up blankets, a small propane camping stove, some tinned soup. Luck at last. I paused in the hallway, listening. A faint scratching came from upstairs. My blood froze. An animal? A desperate survivor? Cautiously, I climbed the steps, my flashlight beam trembling. In the master bedroom, I saw a shape huddled in the corner. A man, or what was left of him, breathing shallowly. His eyes reflected my light. He croaked, "Help! So cold!" My throat tightened. I couldn't carry him. I had no resources to save everyone. If I lingered, there was a risk of confrontation or being trapped. "I'm sorry," I whispered, voice cracking. He reached out a trembling hand, pleading silently. I turned away, tears stinging my eyes. In this darkness, compassion was a luxury I couldn't afford. Lily waited at home. I fled with my loot, feeling sick to my stomach. Outside, the stars glittered, uncaring. The wind bit my cheeks, and I stumbled over a body half buried in snow. The world had become a graveyard. I hated the universe for abandoning us. When I returned, Lily was crying softly under the blankets. "I'm here," I said, rushing to her. She flung her arms around me, sobbing with relief. "I thought maybe you wouldn't come back," she managed between chattering teeth. "I always will," I said, holding her close. I showed her the camping stove and soup tins. We opened a tin and warmed it as best we could. The lukewarm soup felt like heaven on our tongues. I tried not to think about the man I'd left behind, or the countless others dying in silence around us. Day after day, no, that word was meaningless now. Time after time, we fought for survival. The temperature continued to drop. Frost covered the inside walls. We wore 3 layers of clothing. Lily's hair became brittle with ice crystals if she strayed too far from the candle's weak glow. We started burning books and small pieces of furniture, anything to stave off the cold for a little while. I hated destroying them, but I hated seeing Lily shiver more. Outside, the air grew thinner, or maybe it just felt that way because of the cold shock. We struggled to breathe properly. Food dwindled. Once, I tried venturing further, to the high street, hoping to find a hardware store with firewood or coal. What I found was chaos frozen in time. Cars piled together, shop windows broken, frozen corpses curled in doorways. I took what I could: a crowbar, a bag of coal briquettes from a garden centre, some biscuits. Back home, Lily's eyes lit up at the biscuits, but her smile was weak. She coughed a lot now, and that worried me more than anything. We developed a ritual. Every morning, as dictated by my watch, I'd wind the flashlight and check outside. Then we'd eat a small meal, if we had one, and huddle together, telling stories. I tried to keep Lily's spirits up. I told her about summers past, about beaches and warm sunlight, my throat tightening at the memory of something lost forever. About hot chocolate on Christmas morning. She listened with rapt attention, as if these stories were fantastical tales from a distant planet. In a way, they were. Eventually, the camping stove gave out. The propane froze or ran empty, I couldn't tell which. We resorted to lighting small fires in a metal bucket I'd found in the shed. Smoke filled the room, making us cough, but at least it gave a flicker of warmth. We had to crack a window slightly to let fumes out, letting more of the cold seep in. Lily's cough worsened. I cradled her head in my lap, stroking her hair. Her skin felt like ice. "Dad," she whispered, "I want to sleep and not wake up. Is that bad?" Panic seized me. I forced a smile I didn't feel. "Don't say that, love. We'll get through this, I promise." My eyes were wet, and I was grateful for the darkness that hid my tears. We tried to sleep in shifts, though what good that did in eternal night, I couldn't say. Once, As Lily slept, I allowed myself to cry properly, silent sobs shaking my body. I cursed the empty universe that had stolen our sun. How cruel it was that we'd die in darkness, separated from all meaning. My only solace was that we had each other. A noise outside startled me, a scraping at the door. I grabbed the crowbar. The drawer barricade had frozen to the floorboards. I called out softly, "Who's there?" No answer, just a low moan. I held my breath. Eventually, the sound receded. Probably another starving soul, too weak to break in, or maybe just the wind. Either way, I didn't dare open that door again. Existence stretched on. We were running low on everything. Tinned beans had never tasted so precious. We sipped melted snow from a saucepan, careful to boil it first to kill bacteria, though soon we wouldn't have the fuel. Lily coughed up phlegm streaked with blood. I held her close, trying not to panic, trying to be strong. Without proper heat and medicine, she was slipping away. The temperature was unimaginable now. I'd lost all feeling in my toes. Frost coated every surface. Icicles hung from ceiling corners. Our breaths crystallized instantly. Lily shivered violently, and I wrapped every blanket around her small body. I tried to light a fire, but I was out of flammables. The bucket held only ash. I considered the door. Maybe I could tear it off its hinges and burn it, but my fingers were numb, and the crowbar felt like lead in my hands. I looked at Lily, my beautiful daughter, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion, and felt a surge of desperate determination. I'd do anything to give her one more moment of warmth. I took off one of my coats and wrapped it around her. She mumbled, "Dad, you'll freeze." "It's okay," I said, voice shaking. "I'm warm enough." A lie, of course. But a father's duty was to lie if it meant comforting her. I picked up a photo frame from the mantel. Us at the seaside, sun glaring off of the waves. Hard to believe such a thing had ever existed. I smashed the frame and burned the wooden back in a tiny flame. The smell of burning varnish stung my nose. Over that tiny flicker, I warmed my hands, then pressed them gently to Lily's cheeks, trying to pass on the little heat I'd gathered. Her eyelids fluttered. She smiled faintly. "Remember the park, Dad?" she whispered. "The swing set, and how you pushed me so high, I thought I could touch the clouds." I forced a laugh, tears slipping down my face. "Of course I remember. You were so brave. You almost touched them, I swear." "I wish I could see clouds again," she said dreamily. "And the sun behind them, shining." Her voice trailed off. I wanted to scream at the sky, to demand the sun's return. The silence and cold only deepened, unmoved by human sorrow. I don't know how long we stayed like that, locked in a losing battle against a universe that had abandoned us. My watch had stopped, the battery drained in the cold. Perhaps weeks had passed since the disappearance of the sun, or maybe just days. But we were near the end. My body shook uncontrollably. Lily was slipping into a stillness that terrified me. Her breathing was shallow and soft. I kissed her forehead, telling her I loved her, over and over. She murmured something soft that I couldn't catch. I pressed my ear close and heard one word. Light. I pulled her tighter, wrapping myself around her as a shield against the icy void. If I could give her my warmth, my life, I would, but I had nothing left to give. My heart hammered uselessly in a world without dawn. The candles had all burned down long ago. The darkness was absolute now, except for the pale glow of distant stars outside the frosted window. I looked up at them, trying to find any sign of hope. A comet's tail, a distant galaxy. But they were just cold, indifferent points of light. I don't know if I slept or slipped into a trance, but I remember Lily's breathing slowing to a whisper, then growing faint. I whispered her name, pressing my cheek to hers. Her skin was cold, her body limp. Panic surged in me, and I shook her gently. Lily! Lily, wake up! No response. I tried to feel her pulse with numb fingers. I thought I felt something, but it might have been my own trembling. I called her name again and again, voice cracking. I must have cried out. In that timeless void, my voice bounced off the frozen walls. I held her close, rocking her. I told her about the sun, how bright it was, how warm it felt on our skin. I promised her that somewhere, somehow, light existed, that she wasn't alone. Maybe I felt her finger twitch once, or maybe it was just my imagination. She was still, and the silence was absolute. My own strength ebbed. Without Lily, there was no reason to fight anymore. My body ached, my lungs burned with cold air. The weight of despair pressed down on me. I prayed to any god that might hear me, begged for mercy, but none came. In those final moments, I huddled with my daughter's still form, pressing my forehead to hers. The darkness seemed to whisper, an empty hush. Memories played behind my eyes. Lily laughing on a summer's day, sunlight tangled in her hair, the smell of cut grass and distant lawnmowers. The warmth of that memory felt more real than anything around me. I clung to it like a lifeline. My eyelids grew heavy. I could no longer feel my own heartbeat. The earth, without the sun, was a dying rock, hurtling through infinite space. I thought of billions of lives, all snuffed out. Perhaps some people still fought somewhere, lighting fires, hoping for rescue. Perhaps others, like us, had already surrendered. I kissed Lily's forehead one last time. "I love you," I whispered, voice lost in the darkness. Then I let go of fear and fell into that endless night. In my mind's eye, I saw the sun rising, bright and golden, warming her small hand in mine. In that vision, at least, we found peace. For more terrifying creepypasta horror stories, check out the playlist or the video on screen. I want to tell you about one of the most horrible nights of my life. Dark nights alone can be scary and intimidating for women like me at the best of times, but I don't wish to experience a night like that again for as long as I live. Let me tell you my story. It was a night like any other, really. It was Friday, and I'd finished work at around 6. Afterwards, I went for a quick drink and a chat with my two best friends, Jan and Frida, before heading home. The Red Line pub was buzzing, as it always was on a Friday evening. We could hardly move in there, or hear each other over the rowdy crowd. I only had the one drink, a refreshing white wine spritzer. I couldn't drink too much, as I'd be driving the tedious hour and a bit journey home to my little country haven. Tucked away in a quaint rural village, in the heart of England's green and pleasant land. I didn't really mind the journey. It was only 3 days a week in the office after all. It was far better to have peace and greenery surrounding me, rather than living in a busy concrete jungle in town. After a great chat, I bade farewell to my besties with a 3-way hug and wished each other a good weekend before we headed off in different directions. Them towards the train station, and me to my silver dream machine parked in the office car park. I sat my bag down on the passenger seat, slipped off my jacket and threw it in the back seat. I found it too restrictive to drive in and preferred to crank up the heat. I checked my phone while the car warmed up for a few minutes before I left. I sent a text to my darling fiancé Dave. I called him Dave the Rave. It was a bit of an ironic nickname, as he was miserable and too serious most of the time, but I loved him dearly. I said, "I'm on my way home now. Can't wait to see you. What's for dinner?" He soon replied, "Too tired to cook tonight. We'll order something in when you get here. Drive safe. I love you." He left 3 X's or kisses at the end, like he always did. I turned the radio on to my favourite station, a hearty mix of music and DJ banter to help me along the way as I set off on the drive. I love to sing along to any songs that I know and use the steering wheel as a drum kit. Anyone looking in through the window would think I'm crazy. But to hell with it. It's my space, and I'll do what makes me happy. It's a bit awkward if I'm stuck at a red traffic light and I catch someone looking. I just smile my biggest grin back at them and carry on. So there I am, trundling along through the heavy traffic, heading for the highway. Dealing with the usual amount of idiots who have not bothered to indicate has become like water off a duck's back to me now. I just shout moron at them to make me feel better. I know they can't hear me over my music. Besides, I don't want to be the centre of a road rage incident. After just over an hour, I reach my junction and turn off, my eyes adjusting from the bright glare of the motorway to the semi-darkness of the long and winding country roads that lead me home. The moon shone brightly tonight through the passing clouds, which helped light the way. I tend to drive quite slowly on these roads, as foxes and deer can run out at a moment's notice. I'm an animal lover, so I don't know what I'd do if I ever did them any harm. Now, I'm about 20 minutes or so from home, and the roads have become narrower and darker. Wait, what was that? I thought I heard something screeching, so I turned the music off and carried on, hoping to hear more clearly. I glanced in the rearview mirror and thought I saw something rather large dart across the road. A stag, maybe, I thought, and shrugged it off. However, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Now I felt quite spooked, but never mind, I'll be home soon, I told myself. I picked up the pace a bit as I kept glancing in the mirror. With my eyes increasingly drawn to the mirror, I felt a huge jolt. With my attention diverted, I'd hit one of the huge potholes that were all over these roads. They weren't well maintained. Oh no, Please don't give me a puncture. Not now. Not tonight. Not here. I prayed that I could get home safely. I groped in my bag for my phone to call Dave. I know I shouldn't have done, but it was very unlikely another car would be coming along in these remote parts. Dave answered quickly, asking if I was okay. I blurted out that I felt spooked for some reason, to which he laughed out loud and made silly ghost noises down the phone. He told me I was just being stupid. I then let him know that I'd hit a pothole. He replied with, "Just put the phone away and just get home. I'll put the kettle on and I'll make you a cup of tea." I threw the phone on the passenger seat towards my bag, but it missed and ended up in the footwell. Carrying on, I heard the noise again. Only this time, it was louder, more low-pitched, like a growl or a howl, long and drawn out. I tried to rationalise my thoughts and told myself to calm down. Perhaps it's deer mating or something. Is it rutting season? But then, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, to the right of me, behind the trees. I didn't see it clearly, but it was large, no doubt about that. It seemed to be running alongside my car, parallel to the road. My heart was thumping out of my chest by this point, and tears were running down my face. I was absolutely terrified. I was trying desperately to see what it was, and very nearly missed the sharp turn in the road. I could see it had gotten ahead of me, because I could now see it from the front. It wasn't just big, it was huge. I was so close to home now, so close to safety. I put my foot down. "Please let me get home, please," I screamed at myself. Then, right in front of me, it leapt the biggest leap across the road, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was frozen in my seat in terror. Whatever this thing was, it stood around 9 feet tall at least, with a huge, hairy, muscular build, pointy ears, and a face shaped like a dog. It was there, in front of me, in the middle of the road. I swerved past it at God knows what speed. Its big yellow eyes flashed in my headlights as I passed, and it was sprinting to catch up to me. I could see it in the rearview mirror, slowly catching up to me now, directly behind me. I sped up even more, but it was somehow managing to keep pace with me. I couldn't believe it. Desperate to get away, I accelerated to the brink of what the engine could handle, and the beast began to disappear from view. Finally, after what seemed much longer than usual, I saw the familiar lights of my driveway. I screeched to a stop, skidding on the pebbles, and nearly crashed into the house. Upon hearing the noise of me skidding onto the driveway, Dave dashed out of the front door. I hurtled out of the car, leaving the door open, and didn't even bother to grab my purse or my phone, which fell to the ground from my lap. "Get in! Get in!" I shouted at Dave at the top of my voice as I bundled the pair of us through the door, slamming it shut behind us. "What on earth is going on?" he shouted. He picked me up from the floor where I was laying in a quivering heap, my legs refusing to work, covered in tears and sweat. "What on earth happened?" he demanded. As he said this, he went to go outside to close the car door and to retrieve my bag and coat. "No, don't go out. It's there. It's there," I screamed. "What's there? What is it? Just stop it," he said. I didn't let him go outside. Instead, I cupped my hands to block out the light and looked through the window. The sensor light outside had gone dark. I couldn't see anything at all. "Okay," Dave said. "Now calm down and tell me what's going on." He held me tight and grabbed a tissue to wipe my tears. I broke free to run to the patio doors to make sure they were locked, and then to the kitchen to do the same. I was too nervous to even sit down, and tried to catch my breath to tell him what I'd encountered. Before I could tell him, he interrupted, grinning at me. "You were spooked by a deer, and you've let your imagination get the better of you. I'll get you a cup of tea, you can have a nice shower, and I'll get us some food. I'm starving." I pleaded. "No, listen to me. I know what I saw, and don't you dare open the door." He looked at me and sighed. "Look, you've left the car door open," he continued. "You're not being logical." I knew he was far too sensible to believe me, although he could clearly see what a mess I was in. But I needed to tell him straight. It came out in a burst of words. "I've seen a werewolf, and it's out there." He laughed out loud and looked at me in a pitiful way. "Oh dear," he said. "Now I know you're being stupid." Half laughing, he went to put his arms around me. But before he could do so, there was an almighty crashing sound outside. I jumped up and we ran to the window. "What the hell was that?" he exclaimed. The sensor light had come on, but we could see nothing out there except that half of the fence had been flattened. Then, there it was again. That god-awful, bellowing, growling, guttural screech. He looked at me as if he was trying to make sense of what he and I both clearly heard. "There, I told you," I said. "I'm calling the police," Dave said, as he grabbed his phone from his pocket. "There's some idiots out there playing silly jokes." We went back to the window to look outside, but the lights had gone off. Thankfully, he managed to get through after what seemed like an age for someone to answer. He explained what had happened in an elevated tone. They said they were going to send a patrol car along to have a look around, but it may be some time as they were short-staffed due to sickness. I couldn't believe our luck. Not that their presence was going to help much anyway. Dave went into macho mode and headed for the door. I pleaded with him to stay inside, but he completely ignored me and opened the door. The sensor light went on, and there, over by the trees, just adjacent to the driveway, he saw it in all its glory. His face turned white as a sheet as all the blood drained from it. He slammed the door and turned to the now cringing, shaking mess that was me. "I don't know what the hell that thing is, but we need to get out of here." With that, the same awful, gut-wrenching howling filled the air, and there was a crescendo of trees and bushes breaking. He looked out of the window and beckoned for me to get back. The light came back on. "Jesus Christ!" he shouted, as the terrifying creature was revealed again. It was stalking around, almost like it was playing with us. I peeped out as it stooped down to sniff around inside the open car door, and then, in a swift motion, tipped the car on its side as if it were nothing. It turned towards the house, its huge yellow eyes burning through me. It had seen me. We both ran upstairs to the bathroom and locked ourselves in, holding on to each other in abject terror. Just then, the phone in Dave's pocket rang. It was a police officer saying he was outside the house and asking what on earth had happened to the car on the driveway. We ran downstairs, almost too scared to open the front door, looking out first through the window. We saw a police car and 2 officers with flashlights. We hurriedly opened the door to let them in. "Did you see it?" I blurted out. "See what, madam?" the officer replied. "May we come in?" I shut the door quickly as they stepped inside. I started crying and Dave sat me down on the sofa. The policeman got his notebook and pencil out and asked us to explain what had happened. "Do you know the people who did this to the car?" he said. Dave looked at me and then towards the two policemen. "Well," he said, "it's not anyone human, that's for sure. I'm almost too embarrassed to say, but there's a massive creature outside, at least 8 or 9 feet tall." With that, the two officers asked if we would mind if they took a look around outside and headed towards the door. "This thing, whatever it is, did that to the car. It's incredibly strong. Be careful," I said. The two officers looked at each other and almost laughed as they took out their flashlights and left through the door, which we closed behind them. They obviously thought we were crazy. But then, as they shone the flashlight into the garden at the side of the driveway, they must have caught a glimpse of something. In a burst of movement, they ran towards the trees. "We can't just let them be attacked by that thing," I screamed. We heard the now familiar, guttural howling cut through the air as Dave opened the door slightly to check what was happening. He could see beams of light moving fast among the trees as the policeman gave chase. He quickly shut the door, and we huddled together on the floor, waiting for hopefully positive news. It seemed like forever before we heard a frantic knocking at the door. It was one of the officers, but out of breath and bedraggled. "Is Sam back here?" he panted, trying to catch his breath. "No," Dave replied. "Let me get you some water." The crazed officer gulped the water down, and in a low voice he said, "That's not human. There must be a bear on the loose. I've never seen anything that big in these parts. I hope Sam got away." He called for backup over the radio, announcing that he thinks there's a wild animal on the loose, with his colleague in pursuit. After a minute or two, the officer assured us that help was on the way and that we needed to stay inside. "Are you sure you want to go back out there?" Dave exclaimed. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but it looked like a werewolf, it really did." The police officer looked at us with disdain. "I know it was a very large animal, but werewolves don't exist, sir. You and your partner need to stay calm and let us handle it. I'm sure we'll catch this creature soon. There's a zoo not too far from here, and I shouldn't be telling you this, but they've had a few animals disappear lately. Bears can stand on their hind legs, you know." With that, he gathered himself to go back out, donning his flashlight and armed only with his taser and baton. He turned back towards us quickly. "When my colleagues arrive, tell them I've gone to look for Sam. Whatever happens, stay inside. This thing is dangerous." Dave and I stared at each other, as if to doubt what we'd witnessed, when all of a sudden, we heard the terrified cries from the police officer. He was banging and shouting at the door, begging for us to open it. As we opened the door, he fell through it, falling at our feet. He looked absolutely terrified. "It's Sam," he cried. "It's Sam." He radioed back to headquarters. "An officer's down. I need armed units and dogs to be sent to my location immediately. I believe there's a very large animal on the loose." The blood drained from my face as I questioned the officer as to what had happened. "He's beyond help," he replied, almost crying. "There are pieces of him everywhere. He's been ripped to shreds." The officer was obviously in severe shock at what he'd seen. I tried to comfort him, as Dave wrapped a blanket around him and grabbed him a shot of whiskey. As the poor officer sipped from the glass with trembling hands, a fierce growling filled the air yet again. This was cut through by the increasing sound of a police helicopter overhead, Thank God, I thought. We looked out and saw a searchlight beaming down from the helicopter and the sound of sirens in the distance. I felt a surge of hope, but the officer just sat there on the floor, staring into space. He suddenly whispered, "I think I saw it. I can't believe it. A werewolf, just like from the horror movies. Giant, yellow eyes, staring at me. There was even a severed arm hanging from its jaws." He stared at me directly in the eyes with incredible helplessness. "No one will believe me." The banging on the door made us all jump in fright. Here were the police that were called as backup. As I opened the door and looked outside, it was chaos. There were countless police cars outside with flashing blue lights, all along the winding country lane leading to our house. The sight of armed police sent shivers right through me as the shocked officer tried to explain what had happened. Paramedics had also arrived at the scene, and I ushered them towards the bemused officer. "I think he's in shock," I said. I could hear snippets of speech from outside as the numerous officers communicated via radio. "Remains of an officer" was one snippet I heard. "Highly dangerous" was another. "Forensics needed straight away." As I looked over at the darkness of the woods, I could see a mass of flashlights scouring the area, and the sound of the police dogs barking startled me. "This must be a nightmare," I whispered as my tears fell onto the sleeve of Dave's sweater. The search through the woods went on until daybreak. The entire area had been cordoned off, and all roads in the immediate area were closed. It was reported on the traffic news as an incident. No other details. I could see a forensics tent had been erected around what I assume was the stricken policeman. I felt terrible for his family. He seemed so young. He can't have been any older than 30. I hoped he didn't have children. In the cold light of day, I could see my overturned car in the driveway. It was a crumpled mess, with my belongings from inside strewn all over the floor. I was told not to touch anything, as it was a crime scene, although I dearly wanted to find my purse and my phone. A parade of detectives arrived to take statements from us. I told them straight that it was a werewolf that was responsible, although I glanced down as they were taking notes, and they wrote "large animal" instead. They clearly thought I was utterly insane, but my partner backed up my story. We both spent the morning making tea and refreshments for the all too many police and forensics teams who trundled in and out of the house. As I decompressed, I gathered some of my things and packed them into a suitcase. There was no way I was willing to stay here tonight, and I wasn't even sure that I could stay here ever again. As evening neared, most of the initial commotion had died down, although the forensic tent remained in the woods, and police helicopters still whirred overhead as they had all day. I'd kind of blotted out the sound of them. I could also see police marksmen dotted around outside. I'd heard that the other residents nearby had been evacuated and might not be allowed back tonight. There was clearly still concern that whatever this thing was still out there. I asked the remaining detective, a middle-aged man with a salt and pepper head of hair and rather dashing good looks, if he and his colleagues had found an explanation as to what had happened out there. He said he couldn't go into details, but they believed it to be a wild animal attack. They thought maybe a big cat had escaped from a zoo or sanctuary, possibly a bear, going by our description, but we should know more soon. Dave and I looked at each other incredulously. There was no way that a big cat could have flipped my car like that. I asked if we'd be allowed to leave, as I wasn't comfortable staying there. "Yes, of course," he replied. "I don't think we need you here, but we'll need to know where you'll be staying in case we need to speak to you. It'd help our investigations, though, if we could use your house as a base of operations for the short term. I was just glad to get out of there. So we left the keys with the detective with no hesitation. "Thank you," he said. "We'll return your keys in a few days once it's safe for you to return." The detective phoned for a police car to escort us to where we were going. My mother's house would be a good sanctuary for us to recoup and get our heads together for a while. She lived in a nearby town. It wasn't very big, but it was in a crowded area, which suited me just fine. I didn't want to be alone anytime soon. And so, we left the house that day. I looked back at the devastation as we left. I still couldn't quite believe it. That fateful night was 2 months ago now. There haven't been any further reports of attacks or animal sightings. The police have been very quiet indeed. It was reported in the newspapers that the stricken officer had been the victim of an animal attack and that investigations were still underway. But they didn't suspect any further danger to the public. Anything to keep them happy, I suppose. And life went on. We put the house up for sale as soon as we could. Damned if I ever wanted to stay there anymore. Also, I'm sure that one of the neighbours isn't normal. We're still living with my mother at the moment. It's not perfect, but at least it's safe. Something strange that I do notice though. I keep all of the lights off and sit in silence now, whenever it's a full moon. Maybe it's my imagination, but on those nights, I can still hear a faint howling in the distance, drowned out by the noise of the town. I work from home whenever it's a full moon now, just to be safe. I always used to hate camping when I was younger, but for the past 5 years, I've gone every single year without fail, and I love camping now. It's a tradition that my friends and I started since graduating university. I've got a very large group of tight-knit friends. There's 8 of us in all. Some of us were in the same class at university, whereas others became part of the group afterwards through various means. Our very first camping trip as a group was a great success, and at the end of the night, we all huddled around the campfire and dubbed ourselves the Council of the Wise. We've used that moniker ever since, and it kind of stuck. The camping trip was such a great success, in fact, that we decided to make it a yearly tradition. A few days away from the stress of work, away from the endless noise of the city. An opportunity for us to drink, laugh, and remember that even after all this time, we were still friends. But this year felt different. It's strange, I know. Every year, someone says the same thing. Doesn't it feel a bit off? We always just chalk it up to the isolation, the creeping silence of the forest that swallows you whole in the dead of night. It's unsettling, sure, but I've known real terror, real horror. And this was just the calm before the storm. I can't quite pinpoint when or why I first started feeling uneasy about this year's trip. Maybe it was the way that Pete was acting. He was always the driving force of the group, but now he seemed distant, almost distracted. Or maybe it was the campsite we chose this year. A new spot, more remote than usual. An isolated place in the forest that looked like it hadn't seen a living soul in decades. Then again, maybe it was just the forest itself. It felt alive somehow. And so I need to tell you my story about a camping trip gone wrong. Day 1. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon, with the warm light of the sun filtering through the dense canopy overhead. It was still summer, so we still had a couple of hours of sunlight left to put up our tents. Pete, as usual, had picked the spot. He always took the lead when it came to our trips, and we trusted him. But, as we stood there, unloading our gear from the cars and looking out into the woods, there was something off. None of us could put our fingers on it, but it was there. No birds, no wind through the trees, just an eerie stillness. Pete was already setting up the campfire, his face lit by a half smile that never quite reached his eyes. "This is going to be a good one," he said, but I couldn't help noticing the strain in his voice. We all pitched in to help as usual. Rich, Louis, Pat, Simon, Paul, Phil and I. It felt routine, almost mechanical at this point as we'd done it so many times. Tents up, firewood collected, beers cracked open. But that underlying unease still nagged at me. It hadn't been there on previous trips. Maybe it was the new spot, so isolated that we hadn't seen another soul for miles on the drive up. No signposts, no hiking trails. Just a lonely expanse of forest that seemed to stretch on forever. By the time the fire was roaring, the night had fully descended, bringing with it an unnatural darkness. I remember glancing up at the sky and realizing how thick the clouds had gotten. There was also a cloying white mist which had encircled the camp, and we only noticed as someone ducked away to go to the bathroom. There were no stars, no moonlight, just a black, suffocating void. We sat around the fire, a few beers down already, exchanging stories and jokes as usual. As the night wore on, we began to forget about the strange atmosphere and slipped back into our normal routines. As I downed my fourth beer of the night, with a smile plastered firmly on my face and my cheeks sore from laughing, I glanced over at Pete. His eyes were fixed on the rising flames. He was almost in a trance-like state. "Pete, you okay over there, buddy?" I asked, with concern in my voice. As if snapping out of it, he looked up in my direction and smirked. "Yeah, man, just making the most of the peace and quiet." We all had busy lives at this point, whether that was family, work, or otherwise. A far cry from our relatively carefree lives at university all those years ago. So I could understand him wanting to just chill and stare at the fire. After Pete spoke, the silence lingered for a beat until Simon spoke up next. "It's certainly quiet. I don't think I've seen anything out here at all. It's creeping me out a bit, to be honest. Maybe it's just the new spot, I don't know. We're not used to being this secluded." "Secluded's the point," Pete said, his voice flat, eyes fixated on the flames. "That's why we're here. No distractions." Pete had been acting weird ever since we picked him up earlier. He was late to meet us, which was out of character. But he brushed it off as nothing, mumbling something about traffic. But ever since we'd arrived, he was quieter than usual. Less Pete. The night progressed, and I began to notice that Rich kept looking over his shoulder, as if he was expecting someone, or something, to be standing in the darkness behind him. I can't lie, I felt it too. It felt as though we were being watched. "This place creeps me out," Phil said after a while, breaking the silence that had fallen over us, aside from the crackling fire. "I swear I keep hearing things." "Same," Louis added, eyes darting towards the tree line. "Like whispers, or, I don't know, It must just be the wind. There was no wind, but I didn't want to say that and creep the group out further. Pete leaned back in his camping chair, staring up into the night sky. "You're just psyching yourselves out," he muttered. "We do this every year, remember? Everything feels weird the first night, especially if we pick a new camping spot. We'll all feel better in the morning." But that didn't do much to reassure me, or the others, judging by the nervous glances they kept exchanging. Pete's detachment was contagious. The fire crackled, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move at the edge of the light. A figure, a shadow, but when I blinked, it was gone. I rubbed my eyes and took a deep breath. I must have drunk too much. I needed to sleep soon. "You all right, mate?" Pat asked me, catching my look. "Yeah," I lied, taking a long swig from my beer. "I'm fine, just tired." But I wasn't. Not long after, when the fire was dying down and the night's chill was biting into our bones, we all decided to call it a night and headed inside our tents. I laid awake for a few moments, listening out for any strange noises, but the mixture of alcohol and exhaustion took effect soon after, and I fell into a fractured sleep. Day 2. When I woke up the next morning with a pounding headache, the first thing I noticed among the brain fog was the quiet. My bladder was fit to burst, so with a groan, I clambered out of my warm sleeping bag and emerged from the tent. The fire had long since died out, and the morning mist clung to the trees like a shroud. No one was up yet, which was unusual. Pete was normally the first to rise, having a pot of steaming coffee on the go. But as I crawled out of my tent, I saw that Pete's was still zipped shut. No movement. Pat was the next to emerge, bleary-eyed and yawning. "Morning," he muttered. "You sleep okay?" I shrugged. "Not really." "Same. Feels like something's watching us, you know." He rubbed his neck and glanced around. "Where's Pete?" "I don't know. Still asleep, I guess." An hour had passed. We'd all woken up and were sitting lethargically around the burnt-out ashes of the campfire. No one had seen Pete yet. His tent remained sealed, like he hadn't even stirred since last night. It wasn't until we all gathered around for breakfast that someone finally called out to him. "Pete!" Simon shouted, approaching his tent. "Wake up, you lazy bastard!" No response. Frowning, he unzipped the tent, expecting to find him groggy and annoyed. But the tent was completely empty. No sleeping bag, no gear, just an empty space where Pete should have been. "He's probably just off exploring," Paul said, trying to sound unconcerned. "You know how he is." But something didn't sit right with me. Pete would never have left without telling anyone. He was the planner, the organizer. He wouldn't just wander off like that. Hours passed, and the sense of unease grew. We split up into pairs, searching the surrounding woods, calling Pete's name until our throats were hoarse. But there was nothing. No sign of him. Not even footprints in the soft earth. It was like he'd never been there at all. By the time the sun was beginning to set, we were all feeling exhausted, and a cold fear had settled over the group. We gathered around the fire once more, but no one was in the mood for jokes. "We should go," Phil said, his voice trembling. "We need to get out of here and call for help." "There's no signal," Louis huffed, holding his phone aloft, which had been useless since the moment we'd arrived. "We'd have to hike back to the cars, and that's miles away." There's no way we'd find them in the dark. He was right. This particular spot was a fair distance from where we'd parked the cars. It was completely isolated. Then we leave first thing in the morning, Simon insisted. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Pat nodded. Agreed. If Pete's really missing, we need to get help ASAP. It's not like him to just disappear. But Paul wasn't convinced. He must be playing some kind of prank on us. I'm sure he's hiding right now, waiting for us to freak out. You know how he loves messing with us. But no one really believed that. Not this time. The terror in the air was too palpable now. Too real. Pete was gone, and we were stranded for the night. Day 3. We didn't sleep much that night. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, set us on edge. I could feel it in my bones now. Something was wrong with this place. Something was watching us, waiting. I woke up just before dawn, my heart racing for no reason I could explain. The fire had burned down to embers again, casting long shadows across the campsite. I glanced around, hoping to see Pete strolling back to camp with some half-baked excuse for his disappearance. But still, there was nothing. His tent remained empty. Just as the sun's rays started erupting from the horizon, I started walking around the campsite, unzipping the tents. There was no room for modesty now. We had to get moving, and fast. I moved from tent to tent, shouting everyone's name as I did so. Come on, Pat, Phil, time to go. They both begrudgingly sat up in their sleeping bags. Rich, Louis, get ready. As they both clambered out of their tents with a foggy expression on their faces, I came to the final couple of tents. Simon, let's go, mate, I said as I unzipped the tent. But to my surprise, his sleeping bag looked flatter than normal. Popping my head into the opening, I realised that Simon wasn't there. All that was left in his tent was his sleeping bag, empty. I felt my stomach drop. I scanned around the campsite and shouted his name. No response. The others looked concerned. Where is he? Rich cried. Gone. We need to go. Now, I insisted. Running over to the last tent, I opened it in a panic. Nothing. Paul was gone too. My breath caught in my throat. Panic set in like a thick fog, heavier than the mist still clinging to the ground. Simon and Paul were gone, just like Pete. The others were already out of their tents, standing in a huddle, their faces pale and drawn. Are you sure you checked everywhere? Louis asked, his voice tinged with fear. They're gone, I said, my voice steady, but my heart racing. We need to leave now. The urgency in my voice must have snapped them out of their grogginess, because within minutes, everyone was packing up what little gear they could. We decided to abandon the tents. There wasn't time to disassemble them. Something was picking us off, and if we waited too long, the rest of us would be next. They wouldn't just wander off, Pat muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Phil stood frozen, staring at the empty tents. This doesn't make sense. What's happening? What the hell is happening? First Pete, now Simon and Paul, Louis said, his voice low. Something's out there. Something hunting us. His words echoed what we were all thinking, but hadn't dared to say. We were being stalked, watched, but by what? No one had seen anything, except for those fleeting shadows at the edge of the firelight on the first night. "We have to get back to the cars," I said, my voice firmer now. "If we stay here, we're next." Rich nodded in agreement, though his eyes betrayed his terror. "Yeah, let's get out of here. We can call for help once we get signal." And so, we formed a loose line, heading in the direction that we thought the cars were parked. The trees loomed tall above us, the branches tangled like skeletal hands. The forest now felt claustrophobic, like it was swallowing us whole. The hike back to the cars was brutal. The mist made it hard to see beyond our immediate vicinity, and the trail seemed unfamiliar, despite having walked it just a few days earlier. It felt as though the forest was a maze, with the path seemingly reformed at random. Every few minutes, someone would shout their names into the void, but as before, there was no response. The only sounds were our ragged breaths and the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath our boots. "I don't understand how they could have just disappeared," Rich said, glancing nervously at the trees. "We didn't hear anything. No screams, no struggle, nothing." "Maybe they got lost," Pat suggested. "Maybe they went looking for something and wandered too far." He was in denial. There was no mistaking this now. Not anymore. "They didn't wander off," I whispered to myself. "Something took them." Louis glanced at me, his face drawn tight. "What do you mean, something? Like an animal?" I shook my head. "I don't know what it is, but it's not human. I'm sure of it." They all went silent after that, and for a long while, we just walked in silence. The forest felt endless, as though we were walking in circles. We were all starting to feel exhausted. Suddenly, there was a crash in the distance, the sound of branches snapping violently. We all froze in place, our eyes wide. "What was that?" Phil whispered, his voice trembling. But before we could take another step, something, no, someone, came crashing through the undergrowth. It was Pete. He stumbled into view, his clothes torn and dirty, his face pale and streaked with blood. He looked wild, feral, like he'd been running for his life for days. His eyes, wide and frantic, locked onto us as he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. "Pete!" Louis rushed towards him, but he flinched, scrambling backwards as if we were the threat. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice ragged and strained. Don't come any closer." "What happened?" I asked, stepping forward cautiously. "Where have you been? Where are the others?" Pete shook his head, his body trembling. "Gone. They're gone. It's my fault. It's all my fault." We stood around him, confusion spreading across all of our faces. This felt like some terrible nightmare. Pete looked up at us, his eyes glistening with tears. I tried to stop it, but it's too late. They're coming for you now. All of you." I felt my skin run cold. "Who's coming for us?" "I don't know what they are," Pete whispered. They live in these woods. I made a deal years ago. They spared me, but only if I brought them others. I knew they'd find me and kill me too otherwise." "What the hell are you saying?" Rich yelled, backing away from him, his face twisted in horror. "I was part of another group," Pete said, his voice cracking. "Years ago, we came here, just like we have now. But they found us. They took us one by one. I begged for my life. I had no choice. They can smell fear. They feed on flesh. Human flesh. Rage surged through me, and before I knew it, I was grabbing him by the collar, lifting him to his feet. You knew this would happen. You brought us here knowing we'd be killed. It's not my fault, Pete sobbed, his body limp in my grip. They would have taken me. They'll take all of us. But before I could think, a noise, a low, guttural growl, echoed through the trees. We all froze. They're here, Pete whispered, his eyes wide with terror. Run. And with that, our primal instincts took over. We bolted there and then, leaving Pete behind, crumpled on his knees. The forest closed in around us as we sprinted, the mist much thicker now. It felt like the forest was trying to trap us. I could hear branches breaking behind us as we ran, something heavy moving fast, but I didn't dare to turn my head. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but I didn't stop. None of us did. Primal fear was the only thing keeping us going. I don't know how long we ran before I heard the first scream. It was Rich. I turned around just in time to see him disappear into the encroaching mist, something dark dragging him off the path, his screams fading quickly into the distance. We had no time to mourn, or it would soon be us next. With my attention diverted, I stumbled, nearly tripping over a root. Thinking I was done for, to my surprise, Pat grabbed my arm, pulling me along. Don't stop, he gasped. We did our best to just keep running, but the forest was a labyrinth. Each twisted tree looked identical to the last. We were completely lost. Every shadow or flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye made adrenaline course through me. Another scream. This time it was Louis. He was there 1 second, just behind us, and then he wasn't. I heard his initial cry of terror, but then deathly silence. They're picking us off, Phil said breathlessly beside me, his voice barely audible over the sound of our footsteps through the mud and the brush. We're not going to make it. I didn't answer. I was trying my best to figure out what to do, whether there was any way out of this. What were those things? What had Pete led us to? The dreadful growling was closer now. It felt as though it was coming from all around us. Damn it, Pat cried. We should have gotten to the cars by now. Where are they? But there were no cars, nor any path, and we were completely exhausted. Phil collapsed to his knees, gasping desperately for breath. I can't keep running, he wheezed. It's over. We're dead. Just as I reached down to pull the poor soul back to his feet, I spotted something directly in front of us. A dark figure, standing unnervingly still at the very edge of the mist. It wasn't human. I knew that immediately. Its limbs were too long, its body too twisted, and its eyes, God, its eyes were like burning coals, locked onto us. Phil let out a choked sob, and before I could reach out to stop him, he ran in the opposite direction. He didn't make it far. With a superhuman flash of movement, Phil's scream was cut horribly short, and his body was yanked into the shadows. I turned around, fearing the worst. The dark figure was no longer in front of us. I suppressed a scream, and grabbed Pat, pulling him close to the ground. "We have to hide," I whispered. "Now!" We ducked into the undergrowth, crouching low, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I struggled to contain my rapid breathing, trying to get a grip on the adrenaline flowing through my veins. The creature moved past us, its burning eyes scanning the forest, searching. It was so close, I could smell it. A disturbing combination of rotting flesh and something metallic, like blood. I held my breath as best I could, praying it wouldn't see us. Just as it got so close, I could reach out and touch it. Pete stumbled into the nearby clearing. "No!" he screamed, running towards us. "Help me, please!" Ironically, it seemed that he saved us from imminent doom. The creature turned, its glowing eyes locking on to Pete with precision. In a blur of motion, it lunged, long claws tearing into him. His agonized cries echoed through the forest. A horrible, gut-wrenching sound that I'll never forget to this day. Pat and I stayed frozen, watching in horror as Pete's body was torn apart. The sound of the beast feasting filling the air. It was over in mere seconds, and then, just as quickly as it appeared, the creature disappeared back into the mist. For a long moment, we didn't move, didn't speak, and then, slowly, we stood, trembling and weak. "We're the last ones," Pat whispered, his voice hollow. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I felt a sharp pain radiating up my leg. I looked down. In the confusion and terror, I must have cut myself on a trailing thorn or branch. Blood trickled down my ankle, turning my white sock bright red. Pat soon spotted what I was looking at, a wide gash on the side of my calf. "The mist looks to be clearing now. Let me go ahead and I'll find the cars. I'll come back for you. It'll be quicker." It was true. There was no way I could move at a decent pace now. I'd only slow him down. I trusted him to come back, assuming he survived. I pulled my phone from my back pocket in the vain hope of having signal. Still nothing. It was the only option left. "Go," I said, as I clenched my eyes shut in pain. With that, Pat placed his hand on my shoulder and sprinted off into the brush. I laid prone in the thick undergrowth, hoping that those things wouldn't be able to smell my blood. But I reasoned that if they could, I'd already be dead. An unknown length of time passed, but it felt like hours. Rain had begun to fall, and all I could hear was the sound of raindrops on the leaves around me. If I was to die, I could think of worse places to do it in. I began to make peace with my situation. After all, most of my friends were gone. Would it be so bad to join them? As I was lost in thought, there was rustling in the bushes at the other side of the clearing. I peered through, wiping the rain from my eyes in an attempt to see clearly. I saw the top of Pat's head emerge from the foliage. I felt a wave of relief. He must have found the cars. We might actually get out of this horrible place. But then, my breath caught in the back of my throat, and I froze. As his head lifted further, I could see that he had a vacant look on his face, completely blank. It was then that I also saw a dark hand with long claws gripping his hair. "No, it can't be," I uttered in complete shock. Pat's head rose above the bushes, and it was held by one of those things. His body was nowhere to be seen. The creature had a cold and detached look on its face. I wasn't sure if they could feel emotion, but it felt like it was showing me that they'd won. Pat was dead, and so would I soon. I struggled to my feet and decided to accept my fate. I limped out into the clearing, and to my shock, realised that I was surrounded. There must have been dozens of pairs of glowing, incandescent eyes all around me, watching. I looked around in disbelief. Some of the creatures were smaller than the others, and seemed to be hiding behind the larger ones. The largest of the creatures, the one holding Pat, stepped out into the clearing. This one must have been their leader, if you can call it that. With disregard, it threw Pat's head into the centre of the clearing, and then stood, motionless. Its eyes burned with intensity as the others looked on. At first, I had no idea why I wasn't being torn from limb to limb by now. But then, I remembered what Pete had said earlier on this terrible night. He begged for his life. He made a deal with these things. The creature didn't say a word. I'm not even sure if it could. But I somehow knew what it was doing. It was making me the same deal. They know they've won, and they're saying to me, everyone's dead, and you will be too, unless you bring more. There's an old saying, before you judge a man, walk a mile in his shoes. Well, heed that saying, as until you've been in a situation facing your certain and imminent death, you don't know. Subconsciously, we all have an instinct for self-preservation. You will keep fighting to stay alive, regardless of what life throws at you. In this case, life threw a disembodied head at me. And so, I nodded. The group around me parted ways to my left, almost as if showing me the way. With trepidation, I backed away, into the darkness, as the group of inhuman creatures looked on. The hum of the car engine filled the silence as we wound our way through dirt roads, deeper into the forest. I could see the excitement on their faces from the rearview mirror. They were completely oblivious, relaxed. "Man, you sure know how to find these hidden spots," Barry said from the back seat, leaning forward with a grin. "I thought I knew every camping spot for miles, but I've never even heard of this place." "Yeah," I said, keeping my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the knot in my stomach. "It's off the beaten path." Julia, sitting next to me, scrolled through her phone, trying to find signal. "No reception out here either. It'll be great to just switch off for a few days. No work emails, no stress." I forced a smile. "Yep, perfect." "How'd you even find this place?" Marilyn asked from the passenger seat, glancing over at me. "Are you some kind of camping expert now?" I let out a small laugh, trying to keep it light. "Just stumbled on it once by chance. Thought it'd be cool to bring you guys out here." "Nothing like a few days in the woods," Barry exclaimed as he opened his first beer. They had no idea. The woods weren't just nature anymore. They belonged to something else now. As we approached our destination, the light from the setting sun started to fade, casting long shadows across the road. "How much further?" Julia asked, sitting back and taking off her sunglasses. "Not far now," I muttered. "We're almost there." Almost there. almost to the point of no return. I glanced at them one last time in the mirror, their faces lit with excitement and trust. A trust I didn't deserve, but it was too late now. The deal was made, and soon the creatures would feast again. Tilly and Ray were Maisie's friends for over a decade and enjoyed each other's company, so going to pubs and days out were no stranger to them. They also enjoyed a lot of the same interests, such as the unexplained and paranormal, and indeed, Tilly and Ray had once lived in a very haunted house in North London. At one point, Tilly had been lifted off of her feet by something in her hallway, and a friend of theirs who'd stayed there had reported having seen someone they described as looking like the fried chicken man, the Colonel himself, walk straight through the wall of their living room. In fact, all manner of strange things had occurred there on different occasions. However, they were old hippies, so who knows if it really happened or if they were just high. Anyway, they opted to move house for the sake of theirs and their children's sanity. They had 2 young boys at the time, who as they grew older, loved to listen to all of the ghostly stories that their mum and dad would tell them. A sunny Sunday in late August seemed like a good time to kick back and enjoy a bit of a pub crawl for the 3 amigos Maisie, Tilly and Ray. After all, it was a bank holiday weekend, meaning no work on Monday. Hampstead was a stone's throw away from where they lived and was caked in history, so they set off to enjoy the day wandering. They made their way to a pub called the Gateway in nearby Highgate to start with. A very large, handsome pub, said to date back to the 13th century. There are tales of poltergeist activity in the theatre room above the bar, where chairs are reported to fling themselves from one end to another or pile up on the tables. And in the bar area, one barmaid had told of a strange feeling of being strangled while working the afternoon shift. Also, it's said that a man in Jacobean clothing haunts the stairs. They enjoyed a refreshing beer or 2 and bar snacks, and talked about the strange occurrences that went on in there. "Well, time to move on," Ray said. "Fancy the Spaniards Inn, guys?" The Spaniards Inn in Hampstead has a rich history that dates back to 1585, when 2 Spanish brothers built it. The Grade 2 listed pub is said to have inspired Charles Dickens and John Keats, and is now considered a living museum, with its walls of paintings telling stories of highwaymen, literary figures, and mythical creatures. Gazing up at the paintings, you could almost hear the sound of the horses' hooves racing past, carrying the dandy highwaymen. It got quite busy, with tourists gathering to soak up the history, so they were lucky to grab a table to themselves. After their fill of lunch, the 3 decided to move on. Tilly wanted to go to the Magdala Tavern, only 5 minutes away by car, so they grabbed a taxi. The Magdala Tavern became infamous after April the 10th, 1955, when Ruth Ellis shot and killed her lover, David Blakely, an up-and-coming racing driver, as an act of revenge for being unfaithful and beating her on numerous occasions. Ruth Ellis was convicted of murder and became the last woman in Britain to be hanged on July the 13th, 1955. 2 bullet holes remain in the wall outside the tavern to this day. As the afternoon drew to a close, the 3 friends decided on one more stop before home. Highgate Cemetery. Not everyone's cup of tea, but exploring a famous historic cemetery, famous because of who's buried there, was quite exciting for them. The cemetery was established in 1839 and covers 37 acres of land. The Victorian attitude to death and its presentation led to the creation of a wealth of Gothic tombs and buildings, all suitably scary to look at, adding to the attraction of the place. One of the most famous residents is Karl Marx. His tomb is huge and consists of a very large bust of Marx in bronze, set on a marble pedestal. In fact, there are many amazing graves with sculptures on them, like full-sized lions, horses, and one with a full-sized mastiff dog lying across his master's grave. So there they were, just wandering around the cemetery, looking at the tombs and gravestones, and happily chatting amongst themselves. As they passed one of the Gothic chapel entrances, Tilly spotted someone dressed in black disappear into the entrance and pointed this out to the others. They looked around, but no one was there. Tilly put it down to being half drunk and her imagination, so they carried on. But as they walked further, Tilly and Ray were giggling together over something. But Maisie had an uneasy feeling of being followed and kept turning around quickly, in hopes of catching a glimpse of someone or something. Maisie was stunningly beautiful, tall and slim with waist-length strawberry blonde hair which glistened in the sun, and icy blue eyes. Her bohemian-style clothing reflected the way she liked to feel, free and floaty. Tilly asked her what was wrong. Ray joked and said, "She's okay, just a tad tipsy like us. Isn't that right, princess?" Ray often used the term princess when talking to Tilly and Maisie as a term of endearment to them. "I feel a bit uneasy, like we're being followed," Maisie replied. Tilly said, "No, I don't think so. I think you and I are both picking up spiritual vibes. I feel it too." Tilly had always sworn she was psychic to a degree. It was nearing the time when the cemetery would be closing now, so they thought they should head in the direction of the main gates, which were about half an hour away. They'd covered a lot of ground whilst walking, chatting, and stopping to admire the magnificent Gothic headstones. As they walked past one of the mausoleums, Maisie spotted someone dart behind them. "Hello?" she called out. Tilly and Ray didn't see them, and asked her if she saw someone. "Yes, definitely," she replied. So Ray ran around to the other side and to the back, but couldn't see anyone. "Let's just go," he said. Tilly teased him and asked if he was scared. "No, of course not," he said. "But Maisie is, aren't you, Maisie?" "More curious, I'd say," she replied, and laughed. They carried on. The birds were beginning to sing their evening chorus, and the wind whistled through the trees as the late afternoon beckoned to the evening's dusk. As the trio rounded a bend in the gravelly pathway, they passed by a moss-covered crumbling mausoleum. From nowhere, there in front of them, was a tall man dressed completely in black, with a cape around him held together with a decorative gold pin. His face appeared ashen but starkly handsome, and his black hair was brushed back, forming a widow's peak. The three friends stopped dead in their tracks, and Maisie let out a screech, while Tilly grabbed on to Ray. "Wow," said Ray, addressing the man. "You scared the life out of us." The tall man looked straight past Ray and Tilly, and made a beeline towards Maisie. She jumped back as he held out his hand towards her and said, "There you are, you beautiful creature. Where have you been? I've waited all my lives for you." Maisie stared in amazement, frozen to the spot. Her mouth gaped open, and her eyes widened as if she'd been hypnotized. With that, Ray grabbed Maisie by the arm and thrust her forward in front of him with Tilly. He then turned to the stranger to warn him off. Then, as suddenly as he'd appeared, he disappeared into nowhere. Did he just say he'd waited for you all his lives, as opposed to all his life? What an idiot. Maisie fell into the arms of Tilly, shaking, and said, "What? Who was that?" "I don't know," Tilly replied. "Just some idiot playing games, thinking he could scare people." Ray was still looking back and wondering where the hell he'd vanished to. The three quickened their pace and very shortly neared the cemetery gates as the last bell was tolling, signalling the closure of the cemetery for the night. They said goodnight to the gatekeeper and mentioned having met with a strange person. "Oh, I'm sorry for that," the gatekeeper replied as he rattled his keys and looked at his watch in anticipation of locking up for the night. The friends sat on a bench placed just along the road leading up to the cemetery. They had a good view of the gates and were waiting to see the stranger come out before the gatekeeper locked up. A few people came through the gates, and then no one. Absolutely nothing. As the bell tolled for the last time, the gatekeeper locked up, put on his coat, and left. He passed the three on the bench and uttered goodnight to them as he opened the door to his car parked opposite the bench. "Bloody weirdo didn't come out then, eh?" Ray said to the girls. They just shrugged and got up from the bench and walked towards the main road, all in silence. "Come on," said Tilly. "Let's go in the shop and get some wine. We'll go home and relax. The boys are on a camping trip with their friends this weekend." "We've certainly had a busy day," Ray replied. But Maisie remained silent, which was most unlike her usually bubbly self. Tilly cuddled Maisie and asked, "You all right, chick?" It was clear that she was disturbed by this encounter. They arrived at Tilly and Ray's and went into the kitchen. Tilly put some music on while Ray proceeded to open the first bottle of red. He poured Maisie a generous glass and handed it to her, saying, "There you go, princess, get that down your neck," and hugged her shoulders. Maisie gave a big grin and finally broke her silence. "Do you think he was a vampire? Like a real one?" Tilly, half giggling, replied, "Well, he really did look like one, and who knows, they may walk among us." She downed her glass of red and poured herself another, offering the bottle to Ray and Maisie. Maisie had gotten quite warm and decided to take off her multicoloured crochet cardigan when she noticed a piece of paper in the pocket. She took it out. It was handwritten with ink and had a red crest stamped across the writing. It read, "I shall await your call." Below it, there was a phone number. "Oh my God, look guys," she exclaimed. Maisie's hair stood up on the back of her neck. "I never felt anyone put this in my pocket." "What is it?" asked Ray, and took it from her hand. "Oh," he said, and took a sip of his wine. "Would you look at that? A note from an ancient vampire. And he has a mobile phone. What a dork this guy is," and laughed out loud. Tilly and Maisie had to agree, and also laughed. "I'm just being silly, aren't I, worrying about this?" said Maisie. "Hey," Tilly replied, "stop thinking about it." She took the paper, screwed it up, and then threw it in the bin. "I've filed it under B for bin, Maisie darling." She opened the next bottle of red, turned the volume up on the Bluetooth speaker, and started dancing around the kitchen to the 70s disco music that was playing. Maisie giggled and joined in. "At this rate, I'll need to go out and get more wine," Ray said as he downed his fourth glass. "Feel free," Tilly replied. "After all, there's no work tomorrow and we can lie in bed all morning. You must stay the night, Maisie." Maisie agreed, and they carried on dancing, barefoot and fancy-free. Ray went to the shops in the high road, which was only 5 minutes away from their house, and returned with 2 more bottles of wine and a pizza from the local pizza shop. "Let the party commence," he said, as he sat the pizza and wine on the kitchen counter. The wine flowed freely, and even Ray had joined the dancing. Well, his version of dancing, which was what the boys called dad dancing. As the last drop of wine had been consumed, Maisie went into the living room and flopped down on the sofa as she'd become rather dizzy. Before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep. Tilly and Ray decided to call it a night. Tilly covered Maisie over with a blanket and headed upstairs with Ray. They fell into bed, exhausted and drunk. Maisie awoke to the sun shining directly onto her through the living room window. She pulled the blanket over her eyes and let out a groan. She got up and headed to the bathroom. As she washed her hands, she looked into the mirror and thought, "What a mess," and laughed to herself. She went into the kitchen to get a glass of water in an attempt to soothe her aching head, but then remembered the note she'd found in her pocket. She remembered Tilly throwing it away and saw it crumpled in the bin. She bent down to pick it up and put it into her purse. She crept to Tilly and Ray's bedroom and peeped in. They were still sound asleep, so Maisie got her stuff together and left to go home, closing the street door quietly so as not to disturb them. When she got home, she ran a bath and made herself some tea and toast in a bid to stop the sickly feeling from all the wine she'd consumed the night before. As she lay in the bath, she thought about the weirdo in the cemetery. She wondered if he did that all the time, and why he hadn't come out when the cemetery closed. She thought about calling the number on the piece of paper, just to satisfy her curiosity. Just then, her phone rang and startled her out of her thoughts. She stood up and got out of the bath, wrapped her towel around her, and grabbed the phone. It stopped ringing before she could answer. To her relief, she saw it was Tilly, so she called back. "Sorry, Tilly, I was in the bath." "That's okay," Tilly replied. "I just wanted to know you were okay and why you left so early." "We're just cooking a fried breakfast, the perfect hangover cure, if you'd like to join us." Maisie was silent for a few seconds. "No thanks, sweetie. I'm just going to chill this morning. Maybe watch a bit of TV in bed and try to get my head together. Thanks for the offer. I'll come over later though, if that's okay." "Yes, of course, darling," Tilly replied. "I'll get Ray to whip us up some lunch later. Maybe sit in the garden and listen to some tunes." Maisie said goodbye and quickly hung up, after wishing them a nice breakfast. Tilly looked over at Ray, concerned. "I think there might be something wrong with Maisie. She seemed a bit off." Ray dismissed it, saying she's probably just hungover. Maisie got dressed in some baggy tracksuit bottoms and a vest top, and then dried her hair, which always took a while because it was so long and thick. She started daydreaming to the sound of her whirring hairdryer. She couldn't stop thinking about the weirdo at the cemetery. As she brushed her hair, she tugged a knot, causing a sharp jolt of pain, snapping her out of her pensive trance. With a huff, she put the hairdryer away and got herself a bottle of cold water from the fridge. She felt quite dehydrated. Her head was still throbbing. She got the crumpled note out of her purse to take another look. She stared at the crest stamped on it, wondering what it meant. She studied the crest intensely. It was mostly red, with what looked like feathers with a crown at the top. And the letter D was initialed in the middle. Maisie gasped. D is for Dracula, she said to herself. Dracula the vampire. Her eyes widened. She was now scaring herself. She went to get a laptop and fired it up, searching for vampire crests online. To her amazement, there were many of them. She was skeptical. She couldn't believe it. As she scrolled down the list, something caught her eye. There it was, the very same crest. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a photo of it on her phone. She delved more deeply into it, and lo and behold, it was said to be an ancient crest for the Count himself, Count Dracula. Legend suggested that Dracula was actually Vlad the Impaler, who had an unusual lust for blood. But there were tales and urban legends of creatures who grew fangs and drank blood to keep themselves alive, otherwise known as the living dead. Holy hell, Maisie said to herself. Did I really meet a real blood-drinking vampire? I need to tell Tilly. Too scared to delve any further, she shut the laptop with a loud clunk. She tried to rationalise the facts. How would an undead vampire have a mobile phone? She told herself to get real, and then dared herself to call the number. She picked up her phone and started to dial the number, but hesitated on pressing the last digit. With fear beginning to course through her body, she finally did it. It rang 3 times before a voice at the other end answered. It was him. My dear, I knew you would call. Maisie remained silent, wondering if he would know that it was her. Surely if he was a crazy person, he would have given this note to lots of people. However, before long, she couldn't stop herself from saying hello. She was trembling, and it came over in her voice. The voice on the other end replied, Don't be afraid, my flame-haired beauty. Maisie gasped. He knew it was her. With that, she hung up and threw the phone on the couch. Oh God, what have I done? She cried. She stared at the phone and then realised that he would now have her number. She scrambled to pick the phone back up and turned it off. Her heart was pounding and she felt a surge of blood rushing to her face. Her mouth began to get even drier than it already was. She reached for her water, took a mouthful, and tried to compose herself. She sat down on the couch, hugged her oversized white furry cushion to her chest, and buried her face in it. She was mad at herself for calling the stranger's number. Thinking what to do next, she picked up the remote control and switched on the TV in an attempt to take her mind off the subject. Daytime TV brought forth a quiz show, her favourite, but even that didn't work. Her mind was racing as fast as her heartbeat. She got up and went to her bedroom to change. "I'll go to Tilly's. That'll make me feel better," she thought. She stuffed her phone into her handbag, still switched off. She locked her front door and headed to the bus stop. The bus was coming along as she neared her stop, so she picked up speed and put her hand out to stop the bus. The journey only took about 10 minutes, but Maisie was daydreaming and nearly missed her stop. She stood up and pressed the bell repeatedly to alert the driver to stop. "Hey," the driver exclaimed, "I heard you the first time." Maisie apologised as she got off the bus and walked briskly in a bid to clear her head. When she arrived, she knocked on the door and Tilly answered. As the door opened, the smell of cooking filled the air. Ray was cooking up something nice for lunch. Maisie complimented the lovely smell as she hugged Tilly and headed to the kitchen. "We were trying to call you," Ray said, as he offered her a spoon of the sauce he was cooking. Maisie gently sipped the sauce from the spoon, saying that her phone was switched off. "Why's that?" shrugged Tilly. "It could have been an emergency." Much to Tilly's dismay, Maisie started crying. The two of them hugged until he asked what was wrong. Maisie blurted it out in a haze of tears. "I've been so stupid. I called the weird guy's number. I got the paper out of the bin." "So silly. All these tears over that," Tilly laughed. "Is that why your phone's off?" Maisie dried her eyes on some kitchen towel and sipped her coffee. "Thanks, guys. I've been in a right state this morning." "Did he answer? Tell us what he said," Ray said as he sat down beside Maisie. "He knew it was me," she exclaimed. "He called me his flame-haired beauty." Ray reassured Maisie. "Don't worry, Princess. Turn your phone back on, and if he calls, I'll answer." Lunch was almost ready. Spaghetti with a side of garlic bread. "Make sure to eat your garlic bread, Maisie," Ray quipped. "It keeps the vampires away." "Okay, that's not funny, Ray," Tilly said. "You can see she's scared." But Maisie laughed, which broke the tension. They all settled down to eat. As they were all still a bit hungover, they settled down to watch a movie. Maisie dozed off halfway through, but Tilly didn't wake her because she thought she needed some rest. When the movie was nearing an end, Maisie woke with a start. She excused herself, saying that she had to get home. She had an early start for work tomorrow. As the sun was beginning to set, her friends accompanied her to the bus stop, seeing her onto the bus. Maisie looked at her phone. Thank God, she thought. No more calls from Mr. Crazy. She absent-mindedly browsed through her social media, and before long, it was her stop. The streetlights were now lit, casting an orange glow. Maisie looked up. It was a cloudy night, no sign of any stars. As she headed towards home, she fumbled in her bag for her keys and held them in her hand, ready to open her front door. She was just a few feet from her door when she noticed a black cat writhing playfully around on the pavement. Bending down to pet it, she brushed the cat's silky fur. It rubbed its face on her hand and purred loudly. "So cute," she said to herself as she stood up. As her back straightened, she saw a familiar, terrifying sight in the alcove of her front entrance. Standing there was the same cloaked man that she saw at the cemetery. Immense fear engulfed her, and the blood drained from her face entirely. She tried to scream, but her breath caught in her throat, and her legs turned to jelly. He lunged at her as she turned to run, and grabbed her arm. She struggled and tried to get away, but he turned her face towards him and stared into her eyes. Suddenly, the fear that she'd felt melted away, and she was mesmerized by his gaze. She didn't feel any need to run anymore. She was completely helpless. Maisie stood frozen, her breath shallow, as the cloaked man's icy grip tightened around her arm. His eyes, deep and ancient, bore into hers, pulling her into a trance from which she couldn't escape. The world around her blurred, and it was as if everything else faded into nothingness, leaving only the two of them, suspended in the eerie twilight. "You've always been mine, Maisie," he whispered, his voice soft yet commanding, like velvet wrapped in iron. His cold fingers gently brushed the side of her face, and a strange warmth began to spread through her veins. "You were born for this." Maisie's heart raced, yet her mind, once flooded with fear, now felt at peace. It was as though a long-buried part of her was finally awakening. The world she'd known, with its mundane routines and fleeting pleasures, suddenly seemed insignificant. Her thoughts drifted to Tilly and Ray, to the happy, carefree moments they shared just hours ago. But even they, with their laughter and love, felt like shadows compared to the man who stood before her now. "I won't hurt you," he murmured, his lips dangerously close to her neck. "I will free you." Her eyelids fluttered as she fought to hold on to the last threads of her humanity. But deep down, she knew it was a losing battle. The stranger's presence was too overpowering, too intoxicating, and with each passing second, she felt herself slipping deeper into the darkness he offered. A sharp pain pierced the side of her neck, but it was fleeting, almost gentle. The sensation of his fangs sinking into her skin was unlike anything she'd ever imagined. Instead of agony, there was a surge of pleasure, of euphoria. Her entire body tingled as if electrified, and in that moment, she understood what he'd meant. She wasn't being destroyed. She was being remade. Time seemed to stretch into infinity. The stars above, once hidden by clouds, now glittered brighter than ever, casting their light upon the two of them, locked in this ancient, eternal embrace. Maisie's heart slowed, then stopped altogether, replaced by a new kind of pulse, a dark, thrilling energy that coursed through her. The man withdrew, his lips stained with her blood. His eyes, once cold and distant, now glowed with something she'd never seen before. Satisfaction, yes, but also affection, perhaps even love. Maisie, no longer trembling, no longer afraid, touched the side of her neck. Her fingers grazed over the fresh bite marks, now barely visible on her pale skin. She looked at him, and in that instant, she understood. She wasn't the same woman who'd walked through the cemetery gates with her friends yesterday. She'd been chosen, transformed, reborn into something far greater. "You're mine now," he said softly, offering her his hand. Maisie hesitated for only a moment before slipping her fingers into his. The night air felt different against her skin now, sharper, more alive. She could hear the distant heartbeats of strangers walking the streets, smell the lingering scent of blood carried on the breeze. "I know," she whispered, a slow smile curling on her lips. "And I am yours." Together, they vanished into the shadows, leaving behind the world that Maisie once knew. A world that would never know what she'd become. But Tilly and Ray, they would soon discover it.